boys. Go home.
How many of y'all served in the military? How many of y'all took the oath? And then look at these little boys showing up for fascism. Men, boys. What are you doing now? You don't think he's a fucking king? In 3 months he'll be a king. Did you ever ask him? Hey, you think democracy is winning? What do you think?
Oh, I'm waiting for it.
Yeah. No Trump, no hate. No Trump, no hate. No Trump, no hate. No Trump, no hate. No Trump, no Trump, no hate. No more U.S. Nazi state. No Trump, no hate. No more Nazi USA. No hate. No hate. No more U.S. No. No justice. No peace. No justice. No peace. No justice. No peace. No justice. No peace. No justice. No peace.
You're out here today. What made you come out here and be out here today?
Because I'm here to support our family. We all live together. We cannot have this happen in our country no more. We made this country great. That's it.
And you were just out here alongside some members of the Proud Boys. I know they were escorted away, but just how did it feel knowing that they were also in the same environment and atmosphere as you guys today?
They're just here trying to cause trouble. And we're not here for causing no problem. We're here to protest in peace. They came here just to make us, be violent. We don't want that. We want a peace. We're here to fight for our rights. That's it.
And when you say your rights, I know you mentioned you may have like a personal story. Like, can you talk about that?
Yes, I came to this country in 1998. My first day here, I started working, and I never stopped. I became an American citizen 10 years ago. That was I earned that. I was not born here. I earned that title to be American citizen, to be here. And all the people that are here working, they deserve to be here.
And where are you from? Your family, where are they all?
My family's from Brazil, but no one is here. I'm here by myself. I came here, I become a citizen by myself.
And when it comes to the president and his crew, there's a lot of ICE raids going along. They're taking people, putting them in jail or sending them back to their homeland. Can you talk about how does that make you feel?
It makes you feel horrible. He cannot do that. He said he was going to come in and get the criminals. People that was here causing trouble. Yeah, we all for that. Get the criminals out. But you don't see the Latinos go and shoot in schools, things like that. We're here for work. That's it. To make better for families, for our families.
Definitely. I just had to lower the audio a little bit, so I just wanted you to say one more time a little bit about, you said you came from, where you came from, when you came, and have you been afraid since coming here with the new president?
I'm not afraid for myself because I came here without speak a word on English. I learned English by myself. I earned my right to be here. I work. Why I'll be afraid? But I'm afraid for my brothers and sisters, what they're going through, all those families. That's why I'm here. Not for myself, for everyone else.
Anything else you'd like to add or mention?
That's good. Thank you. Oh, your mic.
Can you give me your name just for a future story, like a follow-up? Your number or your email? 6 that man, Martin Luther King Jr., would be absolutely horrified, and he's rolling in his grave right now. And I will not let that name go to waste. This is history. This was his city. He fought for us, and I'll fight for
Press
that.
coverage I've seen.
Thank you.
What do you mean?
Glad you're here.
Glad you're here.
Oh no, they're up top. They're like up top. Sorry, excuse. Can I talk with you too?
With usually after what? GBB. Okay.
Borders. They were GS.
Okay.
Can I?
Haven't seen any helicopters.
Do what you gotta do, like this?
Let's do like pull your flag. Perfect.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm with Borders. This is for them, and then I'm also on live possibly. So is that okay?
Yeah, that's
I just
totally
wanna tell
fine.
people before I interview them.
Totally fine.
What are the people doing? Do you think they're all going to vote or something? All right, awesome. Okie dokie. So just look over here and say your first and your last name for me.
Lavora Vincent.
And how do I spell it?
LAVORAVINCENT.
Perfect. And then how old are you?
I'm 18 years old.
And are you a resident of Atlanta, or what would you say?
I am resident of Metro Atlanta.
Awesome. And do you go to school out here?
Yes, I do. I'm a student at Kennesaw State University.
Tell me a little about what made you come out here today and be surrounded by the other hundreds of people that are here today.
I think the answer is really obvious. These are my countrymen. This is my country. And my entire life, I was told that I have the right to protest, that I have a right to care. And I do care. And not only do I have a right, it's my duty. It's my duty to care about what's going on. It's my duty to stand up. People have been talking about injustice since this country was built. This country was built on injustices. We killed Native Americans, then we built it off the backs of slaves. And they want to talk about how reparations, and that's just, it happened 100 years ago and we shouldn't talk about it. We see the effects today. America was built on bigotry. America was built on hate. And it doesn't have to be that way. I do not live in a country, I do not pay tax dollars to murder innocent people. These are people. This is a country for us. This is a country of my parents and my children and my neighbors. And this is a country of immigrants. The colonials did not pay thousands of dollars. They did not wait 8 years to have citizenship. They didn't do that. I am not going to sit here while my people suffer.
What do you think about the president? I know currently in D.C. he's having a birthday party sort of parade. What do you think about that as you guys are protesting here and in other cities across the country?
I can remember in 2016 all the propaganda that was put out on North Korea and how they had a show for Kim Jong-un's birthday and all the rockets that they displayed and the nuclear weapons. And the West took that as an insult and kind of a threat. Well, I see absolutely no difference in what's happening in D.C. right now. It's an absolute waste of tax dollars in any kind of way that you can put it. It's a threat. It's a threat to the American people that says if you step out of line, we will destroy you. We will take everything you love away. And I'm not going to stand for that. This is America, and you are nothing without the American people. And I want you to know that.
Anything else you can think of you'd like to add or mention?
If you're not angry, you're not listening. You need to be aware. It is your civic duty to care about what's going on. I don't care if you're Democratic or Republican. You have a constitution that sets freedom of speech. You have a constitution that sets freedom of the press. You have a living document that lives and breathes for the people. And that man is using it in corrupt, demonic ways. And he wants to talk about how the LGBTQ, how black communities, how POCs, how immigrants are the devil. That's only one devil I can see, and he sits in the White House. You should be angry. You should be out here with us. They don't care about you. These people, and you should show them, all of these people out here. These are the people. This is their country. This Capitol building, people are supposed to come here and represent us. And they won't. So I will represent me. And that's what I have to say.
Thank you. You are amazing. Go, baby. Well, they're letting us cross really well. Your camera's not on, right? I don't want to interrupt you.
this morning as rallies get underway across North Texas in protest of President Trump and his government policies. Several of those protests are considered, including Dallas and Fort Worth, Arlington and Denton. Across the country, we are talking more than 2,000 of these No Kings rallies planned. Again, this movement to protest of his military parade in Washington, D.C. as well, that is set to take place today in celebration of the 250th anniversary of the U.S. Army. This also coincides with Flag Day and the president's 79th birthday. Now, today's rallies are staggered at different times across North Texas. People in Frisco, though, are among the first to gather today. Our Chris Sadeghi is there on the scene, sharing the turnout.
One of the first protests of the day happened here in Frisco. They got started early and they packed both sides of FM 423. They showed up with their signs. They showed up with their big cutouts of the Statue of Liberty. And in the busy street, lots of honking horns, lots of traffic, and a lot of energy here in Frisco for this No Kings rally, one of many that are planned across not only North Texas, but across the entire country. I was talking to some of the people out here why it was so important for them to turn out. They just really expressed a dissatisfaction with things going on in the country, with the current administration, with the policy on immigrants. Most of the signs reference something about supporting immigrants, standing for immigrants, and that's why they turned out here this morning. Again, this one of many demonstrations throughout the day. This one, from what we've seen, peaceful. I see Frisco police officers stationed in the parking lots to make sure nobody tries to obstruct the roadway. But a lot of energy and a lot of passion this morning in Frisco for the No Kings rally. I'm Chris Sadeghi. Now back to you.
All right, thank you for that, Chris. We also know that demonstrations are underway in Arlington this morning as we check in with our Adriana de Alba, who is there. I understand you're near the sub courthouse, Adriana, is that correct?
I am, Mark, and pretty strong showing here. I want to get to the crowd right away and just show you because this crowd is building. If I had to guess, I'd say it's several hundred people outside of the Arlington sub courthouse, and they are fired up. You can hear, if you can barely hear me, lots of cheers, honking horns, lots of signs. Just to read a few, we're seeing "We the People," "No Kings," "Dump Trump," "We don't want authoritarians." Those are just some of the things I'm reading on these signs. And pretty diverse age group here as well, young, middle-aged, as well as older residents that have come out in a strong showing on this Saturday. And we've talked to a few of them. Some of them have told me that they are here with their friends. They've gathered their community, and they're here to send a message. I did talk with two friends from Arlington who told me they actually are standing on different perspectives politically, but said this is different. And so they are united in this message that they're hoping to send today. And I do want to bring in two Arlington residents who came here today just wanting to share their thoughts. We have Rick and Gay of Arlington. Could you share with me why you feel so strongly that you wanted to come out today and make your voices heard?
Well, from what I'm seeing going on in the country right now, my father would be rolling over in his grave because he fought against Nazis, and that's what's running our regime right now, what's running this administration. I grew up in a country that wasn't perfect, but it was, I thought, working towards a more perfect union. This is not what's happening now.
And Rick, I want to bring you in because you said this feels personal for you.
Yes.
Tell me why.
I have a 7- and 8-year-old granddaughter up in Bedford, and I feel like their rights are being taken away. And they're growing up in a country that we no longer know what's going on. It's really sad. So,
what do you hope? I mean, these are happening nationwide, at least a dozen in North Texas. What do you hope comes of this? Do you think anything will come of this?
I want Donald Trump to hear that there are people out here that he's supposed to be representing that he's not. We are not all Musk and millionaires. Some of us are just people who have children, who have families, and we care about them and their rights, and he doesn't seem to care about that.
Thank you so much for sharing some of your thoughts with us. So that's some of what we're hearing this morning in Arlington. We will stay put here for a while before heading to Fort Worth. to see what we're hearing from folks there. But again, people, as far as the eyes can see, if I had to guess, I'd say several hundred people have shown up here today. High energy, and they feel strongly that they had to be here today. But for now, I'll send it back to you, Mark. I'm Adriana Dalba, live in Arlington.
Yeah, thank you, Adriana. And I know that these protests were planned quite a while ago, several months ago. In fact, as soon as we knew that the president had planned to have the military parade in Washington, D.C., I heard one of the organizing calls the other day, and they made a concerted effort to really encourage anybody showing up to stay safe and to avoid, any kind of lawlessness. They want to avoid some of the scenes we've seen out of Los Angeles this week. Have you seen any indication of violence or things getting any rough out there?
Sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing, but I think you said, have I seen any unrest or violence? Is that correct?
Yes. That's correct, Adriana,
okay,
yes.
I think I can barely hear, but yes, that's what you said. I'm not seeing any unrest or violence here at the moment. It is high energy, as you can see, lots of cheering, but it's pretty peaceful. People are just here practicing their First Amendment right. They are sharing their thoughts. I'm not seeing any clashing or arguing. I haven't seen any counter protesters yet. We know Arlington PD are in the area. We've seen a couple of police vehicles come by, just keeping an eye on things. But as of right now, I would say this is peaceful, and we've not seen any issues just yet.
Well, here's hoping it stays that way. Adriana Dalba reporting out of Arlington this morning. And of course, she will be on the ground there and traveling to the rallies in Fort Worth as well later on today. I know that we'd heard word that some of the right-wing extremist groups like the Proud Boys had planned some counter protests today. And as we have seen historically, there is always the potential that those clashes can turn ugly. But here's hoping that everything today goes peacefully. Now, we do know some of the other protests in North Texas will get underway soon. At 11 o'clock, rallies scheduled in Denton and Weatherford, and at noon, two of the biggest rallies, maybe in Dallas at Ackerd Plaza and in Fort Worth at Burke-Burnett Plaza. Rallies in Plano and Stephenville also scheduled to begin at noon as well. And later today, one in Burleson at 1 p.m., 1:30 in Sanger, 2 o'clock in Flower Mound as well. This is all happening as Texas Governor Greg Abbott has activated the National Guard in response to today's protests and demonstrations against the Trump administration's immigration policies. More than 5,000 of those troops and 2,000 state police on hand to help local law enforcement.
We want to make sure that what has happened in California does not happen in Texas. Texas is a law and order state, and we will use every tool that we can to ensure order across our state.
Officers and guardsmen already in San Antonio for a protest that took place on Wednesday. That demonstration remained peaceful. Mayors in San Antonio and Austin have said they did not ask for the governor to mobilize the National Guard in their cities. And we are sharing a look around the country. Here's a protest out of West Palm Beach, Florida, where marchers are already out and about. Of course, these are in response to that military parade I mentioned happening in Washington, D.C., scheduled for this evening. It is planned to mark the 250th anniversary of the U.S. Army and Flag Day. President Trump also celebrating his 79th birthday today. They are expecting more than 6,000 soldiers, 50 helicopters, M1 Abrams tanks as well, possibly 200,000 attendees, and heightened security, too. Again, I mentioned it is the president's birthday, and many feel that President Trump is using that parade to demonstrate a show of dominance. There are a number of events scheduled in the nation's capital before that parade, including a wreath-laying ceremony at Arlington National Cemetery, live performances by the Army's band and drill team, and some public recognition for Medal of Honor recipients. That parade is set to kick off at 5:30 our time, followed by a concert at the Eclipse and fireworks over the national monuments. You can watch that parade right here on WFAA Plus later on this evening. Of course, we will be here throughout the day with regular updates on those protests happening around North Texas. We do thank you for joining us. For now, I'm Marcus Talk.
Excuse me. Excuse me, sorry.
Yes, we can. Yeah. Compactly vague.
So sorry, everybody. So sorry.
We ask your blessing on our immigrant sisters and brothers.
Multiple religious and civil rights organizations coming together Friday condemning recent immigration and customs enforcement raids in Los Angeles.
I saw people being detained without due process.
The ICE raid sparking outrage and triggering protests that have now stretched into an 8th day. As the Trump administration cracks down on undocumented immigrants.
We're not going to step back and we're not going to back down from this administration.
Local police and federal agencies clashing with protesters on the streets of LA.
The rule of law will be followed.
The anti-ICE protests spreading across the country. And now cities are bracing for anti-Trump protests Saturday. Organizers calling it No Kings. It's in response to President Donald Trump's plans to hold a military parade in Washington, D.C. to commemorate the 250th anniversary of the U.S. military. It also happens to be Trump's 79th birthday. Major cities bracing for possible violence.
The ability to peacefully protest with maintaining law and order in the city.
More than 2,000 protests across all 50 states are planned. Millions of Americans are expected to participate in what organizers predict will be the strongest display of opposition to Trump's administration since he took office in January.
We're absolutely ready, and we're calling on all people who are assembling and protesting this weekend to do it peacefully.
In Los Angeles, I'm Michael Yoshida. Day 8 of protests here in downtown Los Angeles. You can see a very calm scene outside of the detention facility where so much activity and attention has been given over the last few days, maybe just a dozen or so protesters right now. This all happening as we get ready for a weekend of rallies from LA to New York. As anti-ICE protests spring up in cities across the country, the National Guard troops deployed to Los Angeles, along with a Marine battalion, are allowed to remain there at the direction of President Donald Trump for now. A federal appeals court ruling late Thursday paused an earlier decision by a U.S. district judge that declared the National Guard had been unlawfully federalized by Trump. In a True Social post, Trump thanked the court and claimed if he didn't send in the Guard, L.A. would be, quote,
burning to the ground. We saved LA. This despite persistent objections from California Governor Gavin Newsom.
The police do policing. Military, it's for the battlefield.
As the battle in the courts continues, so do the protests. LA Mayor Karen Bass says the nighttime curfew will likely remain in place for a few more days. But the disruption caused by the unrest is now being felt by area businesses.
All you need to do is walk the streets and you can see what's happening, the general sentiment of the fear that lives in our community right now.
Anthony Rodriguez, president and CEO of the LA Fashion District, says there's low foot traffic and storefronts are boarded up in the downtown area that's typically buzzing with customers, vendors, and tourists.
I honestly don't see how we're going to be bounced back from this.
The escalating immigration raids, too, are beginning to take a toll.
People are afraid to get out, because ICE, they've been hearing the rumors that ICE are here, and they don't get out. They're scared.
And when it comes to the 700 Marines that had been stationed outside of LA, we're told around 200 now being deployed in and around LA to help protect federal buildings. Again, the mayor of Los Angeles saying that curfew that impacts part of the downtown area likely to continue for several days. Reporting in Los Angeles, I'm Michael Yoshida.
The first 200 of 700 U.S. Marines hitting the streets of Los Angeles, joining the 4,100 National Guard troops called up by President Trump. Last night, a U.S. district judge ruling President Trump illegally deployed those National Guard troops. In a scathing opinion, Judge Charles Breyer saying the protest falls short of the legal requirement of a rebellion to justify a federal deployment. The judge ordering Trump to return command of the Guardsmen to California Governor Gavin Newsom by noon today, saying the citizens of Los Angeles face a greater harm from the continued unlawful militarization of their city.
Clearly there's no invasion, there's no rebellion. It's absurd.
But then only a few hours later, a federal appeals court putting that order on hold after a late-night appeal from the Trump administration ruling President Trump can keep the California National Guard deployed for now. The presence of these troops and immigration raids sparking protests in downtown L.A. and across the country.
People united will never be divided.
Protesters in Nashville, where Kilmar Abrego Garcia finally got his day in court to answer the Trump administration's charges against him. He's a man wrongfully deported from Maryland to a notorious El Salvador prison in March. Abrego Garcia pleaded not guilty today to human smuggling charges stemming from a 2022 traffic stop in Tennessee. His wife saw him for the first time yesterday.
Kilmar wants you to have faith. He says to continue fighting, and I will be victorious because God is with us.
In Newark, New Jersey today, the Department of Homeland Security says 4 detainees are on the run after unrest at the detention center. Officials saying the detainees were able to escape through an exterior wall that was not much more than drywall.
This is a perfect example of the shoddiness of this plan. This is a symbol for the brokenness of the Trump administration plan when it comes to immigration.
And back here in L.A., police say they're getting ready for this weekend with expected protests, while a court hearing is scheduled for next week to decide if the president or the governor should control these National Guard troops. Alex Stone, ABC News in downtown L.A.
$11 o'clock this Saturday. Thank you for joining us on WFAA Plus for our special coverage. I'm Mark Izchuk. We are looking at rallies underway across North Texas and around the country. The No King movement in protest to government policies and President Donald Trump. Several protests planned here in North Texas, including in Dallas, Fort Worth, Arlington, and Denton, among others. Across the country, we're talking more than 2,000 of those rallies, again, against the president and his policies. A direct response as well with the military parade planned for Washington, D.C. this evening in celebration of the 250th anniversary of the U.S. Army. It also coincides with the president's 79th birthday. A demonstration already underway in Arlington. WFAA's Adriana de Alba has been on the scene, and we caught up with you earlier. Adriana, you said there were folks as far as the eye could see. Are there even more now?
Even more, Mark. It's growing by the hour. We got here at 10, and just as the time passes, this crowd gets bigger, they get louder. It is still peaceful at the moment, but I want to show you what's going on, because you can see the sidewalk is filled with people, and if you look further down, I mean, I can't even see where it ends because they've got both sides of Abrams Street filled. Lots of people from Arlington, and I've even met people from Johnson County, Fort Worth, and others. They are actually telling me that this is one of several protests they plan to attend today. So people are wanting to get engaged. They're wanting to make their voices heard. They are here chanting, holding up signs, passionately protesting on this No King's Day, protesting against the president and his policies. Now, this is about more than just immigration. Hearing people having issues with policy when it comes to benefits and due process, just one of several issues that I'm hearing from people here today. But I did talk with the organizer of this protest, and she told me that she expected about 1,200 people. That's who signed up. And if I had to guess, I'd say there are at least 1,000 people here, if not more. So very loud, as you can tell, and just very, very passionate crowd here. We're going to head to Fort Worth after this, but we really wanted to give you a sense of what's happening in Arlington right now.
Yeah, and Adriana, I know you had a hard time hearing me earlier. Here's hoping you can now. The governor has talked about the law enforcement presence, the National Guard presence as well, saying he wanted to make sure everybody exercised their First Amendment rights peacefully. What are you seeing on the ground there? National Guardsmen, police, etc.?
So, Mark, at the moment, we just saw Arlington police come by. They have been making their rounds, just kind of checking things out. But the organizer did tell me she asked if the National Guard would be here on site, and that she was told they would not deploy to this protest in Arlington, and we have not seen them. So at the moment, no, and the organizer tells me she was told no, they would not be here. But it may be a different story in Fort Worth. We'll know once we get there, and of course, we'll keep you updated as we go throughout the day.
Yeah, and Adriana, you mentioned some of the issues people brought up that you've spoken to there on the ground. Obviously, immigration has been a big one, but what other topics have bubbled up the most when you've talked to some of the folks there at the protest?
You know, what people have told me is that Republican or Democrat, they feel that what is happening right now is not normal, that there are no checks and balances on this president. Those are their words. They are upset at the way we've seen Elon Musk getting involved with this administration. They are upset with the proposed cuts to Social Security and different benefits. And they're upset by the immigration issue. I've heard men tell me that they're worried for their daughters and granddaughters and their rights. But mainly what I've heard is just the freedom that this country was founded upon. Their words are, they feel that that is being stripped away under this administration, is what I've heard several people here say today. And if you look at the signs, you'll see it repeatedly. No kings, unite, not divide, respect our Constitution. Those are some of the things really bringing people out and feeling that they strongly want to make their voices heard.
Again, that No King's name in reference to pushback on the idea that President Trump would act like a king. That's per the organizers. Adriana there talking with some of the folks, and she tells us she'll be in Fort Worth later on for their protest at Burke-Burnett Plaza. Again, she's in Arlington this morning. We know that people have also lined up on a street in Frisco where our Chris Sadeghi shares the turnout there.
One of the first protests of the day happened here in Frisco. They got started early and they packed both sides of FM 423. They showed up with their signs. They showed up with their big cutouts of the Statue of Liberty. And in the busy street, lots of honking horns, lots of traffic, and a lot of energy here in Frisco for this No Kings rally, one of many that are planned across not only North Texas, but across the entire country. I was talking to some of the people out here why it was so important for them to turn out. They just really expressed a dissatisfaction with things going on in the country, with the current administration, with the policy on immigrants. Most of the signs reference something about supporting immigrants, standing for immigrants, and that's why they turned out here this morning. Again, this one of many demonstrations throughout the day. This one, from what we've seen, peaceful. I see Frisco police officers stationed in the parking lots to make sure nobody tries to obstruct the roadway. But a lot of energy and a lot of passion this morning in Frisco for the No Kings rally. I'm Chris Sadeghi. Now back to you.
All right, thank you for that, Chris. And we've told you about some of the other protests planned in North Texas, several set to get underway soon. Now, they are currently underway in Denton and Weatherford. At noon, we expect two of the biggest rallies to take place in Dallas at City Hall Plaza and in Fort Worth at Burke-Burnett Plaza. You heard Adriana de Alba mention that she'll be heading there shortly to cover that rally. Also, Plano and Stephenville with those rallies scheduled to begin at noon. Then later on in Burleson at 1:30 in Sanger, and at 2 o'clock in Flower Mound. This is all occurring as Texas Governor Greg Abbott has activated the National Guard in response to today's protests and demonstrations against the Trump administration's policies. More than 5,000 troops and 2,000 state police set to be on hand to assist local law enforcement.
We want to make sure that what has happened in California does not happen in Texas. Texas is a law and order state, and we will use every tool that we can to ensure order across our state.
Now, Adriana told us that she did not see National Guardsmen at her location in Arlington, but we do know that officers and guardsmen have been deployed to San Antonio. They were there for that protest on Wednesday. Now, that demonstration, peaceful, though mayors in San Antonio and Austin said they did not ask for the governor to mobilize the National Guard in their cities. Meanwhile, across the country, protests happening in Philadelphia. This one has been underway for quite some time, and you can see thousands of folks in the street there. Again, that military parade set to happen in Washington, D.C. this evening. One of the reasons why these No Kings protests were planned for today, kind of counter protests going along. Now, the one tonight is ostensibly to mark the 250th anniversary of the U.S. Army and Flag Day as well. That does coincide, though, with President Trump's birthday, and the event expected to include more than 6,000 soldiers, 50 helicopters, M1 Abrams battle tanks, and possibly 200,000 attendees. Also heightened security as well. Now, there are some other supporting events scheduled in the Capitol taking place before that parade, including a wreath-laying ceremony at Arlington National Cemetery. Live performances by the Army's band and drill team. Also, public recognition for Medal of Honor recipients. That parade is set to begin at 5:30 our time with a concert afterward at the Ellipse and fireworks over the national monuments. You can watch it all here on WFAA Plus later on this evening. Of course, we will check in back throughout the day with regular updates on those protests taking place, both here in North Texas and around the country. Thank you for joining us. For now, I'm Mark Istook.
I'm Michelle Choi in downtown Houston, outside City Hall, where the No Kings rally is officially underway. Take a look. You can see how large this crowd has already become. We saw people starting to show up around 8 this morning. More than 2 hours later, I can tell you there are more than 1,000 folks here already. We've seen various people of various ages, including parents with kids, the older generation, younger generation, all here united, trying to get their voices heard. Now, this is part of a national day of action. Protesters here are rallying against federal policies, especially here in Houston. They say our working families are hurting working families, immigrant communities, and programs like SNAP and Medicare. As I mentioned, this rally started around 10 this morning. It is expected to last until noon today. There is supposed to be a march set to happen any minute now. But for now, I want you guys to listen to the chants that are going on right now. Yeah, various chants have been happening throughout the last hour or so. We did run into the Houston mayor and the police chief. Both arrived here. They were actually walking among the crowd, telling us that they are here in solidarity and that they support what is happening today, this demonstration, but they just want it done safe. And we can tell you this protest has so far gone peacefully. Take a look. Security is heightened. You can see police officers lined up all along the perimeter. In fact, we are walking on Walker Street right now. A section of this next to City Hall has been closed that people can safely get their voices heard, protest, but again, do it safe. We also know that there are various stations and booths set up so people can have water and snacks in between as they continue to soon to be marching and walk and holding signs and doing what they need to do to get their voices heard. We also know that there are other protests happening across the Houston area today, including over in Conroe, Kingwood, League City, and Katy. This, of course, as I mentioned, is a national event taking place across 50 states, including here in Houston today. We'll, of course, have a lot more on this as this continues.
pasar porque como que se adelantaron. Sí, mi amor, ya sé. Wait, wait. There you are. Yes. Very good. Thank you. Thank you. Toda completa. This is what
But it was also super nice.
No more U.S. Nazi state, no Trump, no hate, no more justice, no peace, no justice, no peace, no justice.
No justice, no peace.
Our streets! Our streets! Immigrants are welcome here!
Oh, you know what I could do.
I hung up the call.
Are you sure?
Pensé que querían algo. ¿De qué lado? Para ver el otro tomo de aquel lado, del lado izquierdo. Vente. Sí, sí.
Thank you for joining us on WFAA Plus. I'm Mark Istrook, and the time is 11:30, and we are streaming with you this morning as rallies get underway across North Texas in protest of government policies, several, including in Dallas, Fort Worth, Arlington, and Denton. Joining those across the nation with more than 2,000 of these protests planned, all part of the so-called No Kings movement. The mobilization, a direct response to President Donald Trump's military parade in Washington, D.C., celebrating the 250th anniversary of the U.S. Army and the president's 79th birthday. Now, we have so far seen protests in Frisco and Arlington earlier this morning, another one underway right now in Denton. That's where Chris Sadeghi joins us live today. And Chris, I know that you were on the ground in Frisco earlier. Now you are in Denton, as we just told our viewers. Any difference that you were seeing this morning between those two crowds?
Well, Mark, a difference in the setup, yes. In Frisco, if you saw earlier, they were lined up along the street sides, both sides with their signs, chanting, cars honking their horns. Here on the Denton County Square, they started with a rally. Speakers were up on stage talking about the purpose behind the protest, and now the people with their signs, the protesters, are making a loop around the courthouse square, but still a very similar energy and a very similar purpose. People with the same reasoning in both areas as to why they wanted to come out to voice their frustration with the government, with the administration, with the direction of the country. And here on the Denton Square, as the cars are making their ways around, they are also honking their horns. So really, in both of the spots that we've been this morning, we've seen a lot of energy. You can see the bubble makers going, just a really festive attitude, really. A lot of people cheering, a lot of people screaming, having their voices heard. Now, I will say in both Frisco and Denton, it wasn't a huge police presence, but we definitely have seen law enforcement here in Denton. They're on the square. The Denton police officers, Denton County sheriffs, they're making sure nobody is obstructing the roadways. They want these protests to remain peaceful and within the law. So we have yet to see any issues as far as the protesters getting out into the street and stopping the traffic, but there is law enforcement on hand. They are visible, but at least to this point of the morning, we have not seen any issues. Of course, these protests planned all across the country, many in North Texas. This is the second one we've been to this morning, and in each location, several hundred people out in force with their signs demonstrating peacefully so far, and you can see they're starting to get some chants going. And really, Mark, I'll tell you, people of all ages out here with their signs, with their demonstrations, and we will be following it throughout the day. We want to make sure that these protests are happening peacefully, that they are not causing any issues with the roadways. That's what law enforcement is here for, and that is why we are covering as many of these protests as we can. Mark, back to you.
Yeah, Chris, and we heard Governor Greg Abbott talk earlier this week about the law enforcement response, wanting to avoid some of the ugliness that we did see out in California, at least some of those isolated events. It feels like whatever leeway you may have during a normal protest or a normal rally, definitely not there now. He was pretty stern about the response.
Yeah, and the two that we've been to this morning, very peaceful, very orderly as well. The organizers did a good job of making sure they knew exactly what they were going to be doing. There was obviously a plan here in Denton to have the speeches on stage and then just circle the courthouse square. In Frisco earlier, they were lined up along the street sides, lots of honking, but nobody actually out in the street. I saw in Frisco, officers from Frisco, also Little Elm, posted up in the parking lots, but no issues to speak of here on the Denton County Square. As I take a look around, I don't see any right now, but I have seen them, the sheriff deputies and also the Denton police officers. So law enforcement is present. I wouldn't say it's an overwhelming presence from what we've seen, but they are present and here in case things do get out of hand.
Chris, I know that we got reports that some extremist right-wing groups like the Proud Boys may be planning counter-protests, and anytime that happens, we've seen historically how there really is the possibility for there to be some kind of a conflict and things to get pretty ugly or messy. Have you seen any counter-protests while you've been there?
Here in Denton, we saw one person, a counter-protester who was wearing a T-shirt and also a sign in support of President Trump and the administration. He was actually walking in the opposite direction, counterclockwise, from the protesters. I did notice that those officers that were here were following behind him closely, making sure that nothing got physical or there wasn't any kind of altercation. And from what we saw, we did not see any. I do not know where he went, but that is the one counter-protester we have seen to this point. But as you mentioned, we know that there were counter-protests that were planned into these protests across the country.
All right, Chris, I know you're out there in Denton. Stay safe, and we will check in with you later in just a bit. You heard Chris there reference that he has seen things be mostly festive so far in Denton and in Frisco where he was. That's what Adriana de Alba told us as well at the protest rally that she was at in Arlington. That is certainly the hope, is that things will stay calm and safe. That's what the governor has asked for. The rally in downtown Dallas is scheduled to get underway around noon. That one is happening in front of City Hall, and Rebecca Lopez has been there. Organizers are still setting up, but I know, Rebecca, we had a chance to kind of chat internally here at WFAA yesterday about police preparation, about the law enforcement response. They are concerned that things could potentially get out of hand.
Well, yeah, DPD has actually been meeting with Latino civil rights groups and activists. They've been meeting throughout the week, and one of the things that they're trying to all do is work together to keep things peacefully. LULAC came out very strongly saying, listen, you don't want the message to get lost by any kind of civil unrest, so we're going to try to keep everything very peaceful. We're still about 30 minutes away, but you can already hear people chanting, and people are streaming in. I suspect this is going to grow into the thousands of people here in front of Dallas City Hall. I'm just going to kind of pan away so you can see the crowd behind me. A lot of people carrying signs. Earlier, they were handing out signs to the crowd, and again, encouraging everybody to remain peaceful. There are actually 3 different organizations that have people here that actually petitioned the city of Dallas to protest, so they just combined all 3 here together. Now, we see right now not a lot of Dallas police officers, but trust me, Dallas police is here. They have intelligence officers, undercover officers in the crowd like they do at all of these protests, just making sure that there aren't any troublemakers. They have the command staff up at City Hall. They'll be looking down. You'll see the sharpshooters on the buildings and all of that to keep, people safe. And so right now you don't see the crime response teams and heavy SWAT gear and that kind of stuff because, they do not show like a militarized force, but that they are definitely here, and I know they're here. So back to you.
Well, that had been one of the discussions in California, that idea that the presence of an armed sense of a militarized force could provoke people. We obviously don't want to see that. I know I hear our chopper overhead. We just had that video a moment ago. But when you see all the people out there, it only takes one person to really incite things. But it seems like from what you and everyone else out there has said, things have been calm so far.
Oh, absolutely. And most of these protests, I've been covering this stuff for years, and most of the protests, they always start off like this. It's the families, it's people that are here because they have a message that they want to get across. It is a little bit later in the evening when there is more potential for issues. And I was talking to one of my Dallas police sources, and he says that in some of the other protests that we saw earlier this week in the evening, they see some of those same people show up to every protest, no matter what it is, and then they're there to cause issues, to try and get on the freeways, to start throwing things at officers. And DPD tries to hold the line. They say they want to de-escalate, but if people are trying to get on the freeway and they start throwing things at officers, you are going to get arrested and you will be taken into custody because they want to try to keep this stuff peaceful. As we know, Dallas has seen political rallies and what have you, and protests turn violent. We saw that during some of the George Floyd protests when you saw Dallas police having to lob tear gas and stun grenades, and it was quite scary at times. I was in that crowd, but right now, that's nothing like that at this point. Everything is very peaceful and people just trying to get their message across.
Yeah, like you said, sometimes when it gets later on into the day, into the evening, that's when things can get a little hairy. But having heard some of the organizing calls for the No Kings movement. They definitely underscored they wanted to keep everything as peaceful as possible so that they didn't get their message obscured, kind of like we saw out of Los Angeles this week. All right, Rebecca Lopez, as she is counting down to the protest kicking off in Dallas, thank you for the update this morning. And of course, we are continuing our coverage of protests throughout the day with regular updates coming your way right here on WFAA Plus. Thanks for joining us for now. I'm Marcus Took.
Hey everyone, Adriana D'Alba here with WFAA Protest for No King's Day are happening nationwide on this Saturday, and there are at least a dozen planned in North Texas. This one here is in Arlington, outside of the sub courthouse, where I'm told 1,200 people registered to show up and protest here today. But I can tell you, just by looking around, I would have to guess that this is more than 1,000 people who have appeared here today. They are chanting, they are passionate, they're holding up signs. I'll read a few of them. No kings, freedom not here, citizens not subject, down with traitor, Trump dump, and no power to tyrants. Those are just some of the things that we're beginning to see on signs. It has remained peaceful throughout the entire morning, and we have not seen any issues just yet. Arlington police is nearby monitoring this protest to make sure that it is safe for people. We have not seen any National Guard here in Arlington. We were told by the organizer that she learned the National Guard would not be showing up at this protest in particular, but we will be here and we will be monitoring protests across North Texas all throughout the afternoon. For WFAA, I'm Adriana Down.
Happy Saturday, everybody. I'm Mark Ischuk. Thank you for joining us on WFAA Plus at noon as we are coming on air today as rallies continue to get underway in North Texas in protest of government policies and President Donald Trump. Several are scheduled here in North Texas, in Dallas, Fort Worth, Arlington, and Denton. Across the country, more than 2,000 of these rallies planned. Again, part of the so-called No Kings movement. This mobilization, a direct response to President Trump and the military parade he has scheduled in Washington, D.C., ostensibly in celebration of the 250th anniversary of the U.S. Army. It also happens to coincide with the president's 79th birthday today. Now, the rally in downtown Dallas is scheduled to get underway right about now. We are checking in with Rebecca Lopez, who is in front of City Hall there. Rebecca, I know when you were there earlier, there were quite a few people gathered, even though it had not officially kicked off. How do things look now?
Yes, they are still thousands of people streaming in here. They're just getting started. The speakers are beginning to speak now. I've seen people from all over the place. There are people that have Black Lives Matter, Gay Pride. There's people that have anti-Trump. I mean, there's a variety of groups here that are represented. And again, the speakers are about to start here. But I would say that this is going to balloon into the thousands of people. It's pretty packed out here. Mark.
Have you seen the crowd continue to grow as you've been there on site?
Yes, we're going to pan off so you could just see some of the crowd. We have to be a little careful because some of the signs are, have some profanity, so we're trying to stay away from showing you too much of that. But they are asking right now, you just heard the speaker call for a peaceful protest. Again, that has been the message from Dallas city leaders, from Latino leaders, from activists that have held press conferences saying, let's protest, but protest in a very peaceful and calm manner, because in the chaos, or if it becomes chaotic and civil unrest, then you lose the message. Right now, you don't see a large police presence right now because Dallas police does not want this to look militarized. They want it to have people the right to free speech, but if it gets out of hand, you will definitely see Dallas PD move in. I can see some of the commanders, and obviously they have the helicopters up and people in the crowd. Dallas police will have undercover officers here in the crowd, just making sure that everybody stays safe. But right now, a pretty large crowd, but very peaceful, Mark.
I know, Rebecca, that this is happening as we've seen the immigration protests or anti-immigration protests happen around the country as well. This kind of coincides with that, but that is not what this movement is specifically about. These are separate movements. This No Kings movement really just against what they're considered to be administration overreach and lack of a balance of power. When you've talked to people there on the ground today, what other issues have they brought up that they are protesting today?
Well, that's the overriding, what you just said. The overwhelming response here is checks and balances. People feel like the Constitution is being stepped on. People who feel that there's been overreach by the president and his cabinet. And so they are really protesting for a variety of policies by the Trump administration. But you do see a lot of anti-immigration folks here as well. Again, asking for a peaceful protest. But, also people are making this, they're making some money out of this, because there are people out here selling shirts for like $25 a piece. Some of the shirts obviously have some, very interesting messages about the president. And so they're selling those T-shirts out here for like $25. And people are very riled up. But again, it's a variety of issues, not just immigration, Mark.
You are our senior crime and justice reporter, one of our best sources when it comes to what's going on inside local law enforcement here. But when it comes to the state's response, Governor Abbott pretty forceful about what would and would not be tolerated this week. That's why we heard him bring out the National Guard. Have you seen that presence yet? I expected that we might see that more than maybe some of the places like Frisco or Denton in Dallas.
Yeah, I have not seen any National Guard. In fact, I've not even seen the Dallas Police crime response teams. I know that they're staged nearby, obviously ready to respond if they need to, but you won't see a large presence right now, not the SWAT team, not Mounted Patrol, not the crime response teams, and I have not seen any DPS troopers or any National Guard. And I was talking to DPD and some of my sources within the Dallas Police Department, and there's been no real coordinated effort between all of those groups. And, that was interesting because when the Floyd protests happened, DPD's stance was to kind of try and hold the line and not to engage the crowd. But then you saw other law enforcement from other agencies here that were a little bit more aggressive with the protesters. And that is what they're trying to avoid. And that is why LULAC and actually the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce of Dallas, the Greater Dallas Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, came out and said, listen, if they try to engage you by chance, don't react. Obey whatever they tell you to do. Don't throw anything at officers. Don't, cuss at them. This is supposed to be a peaceful protest, and all of that will cause chaos, and that is what they are trying to avoid. And they've been very vocal about that here in Dallas to keep this protest peaceful. Mark.
Well, you mentioned earlier just the sheer number of these that you have covered in the past, Rebecca, and I feel like you've kind of got a primed pump here with law enforcement just ready to respond if things get out of hand. They do not want to see here some of the trouble that they saw in Los Angeles and California these past few days. So here's hoping that things do stay peaceful. Rebecca, you're able to keep a great vantage point there on the ground in Dallas. We will check in with her again in just a bit, but we do want to get to some of the other protests we've been seeing around North Texas, in Frisco and Arlington earlier this morning. Chris Sadeghi was in Frisco today. Now another one is underway in Denton. He's made his way there. We want to check in with him live. And Chris, we last caught up with you about half an hour or so ago. How have things changed in the time since we last heard from you?
Yeah, Mark, not a whole lot. This protest continues to be peaceful. They are just making a circle around the courthouse square here in Denton. They have their signs, they have their music, cars are honking their horns. As I mentioned last time, we have seen law enforcement out here, but I wouldn't call it an overwhelming amount. To this point, things have remained peaceful here in Denton. I talked to one gentleman and asked what was the game plan for the protest, how everybody knew exactly what to do not to step out into traffic. And he said that there were lots of communications by text, by email, by social media, making sure everybody knew exactly what they could and could not do. And to this point, I have not seen any issues, nobody in the roadway, police not called into action. We were in Frisco a little bit earlier this morning, and we have video from that protest. It looked a little bit different, but still very much the same vibe with people with their signs, very festive atmosphere. We talked to Frisco PD. They said that right now that protest is just about wrapping up and that they saw no significant issues. They said that there were no citations, no arrests. They only had to give some verbal warnings. So in both locations we've been to this morning, we've not seen any significant issues. Like Rebecca said earlier, you look at the reason people are out here, generally they're all very unsatisfied with the direction of the country, with the role of the current administration and the government. And while I would say the majority out here have signs and are making chants in support of immigrants, I've seen one sign that said, hands off my NPR, protest saying that NPR, they want to continue to see NPR funded. I see another that says, fund education, not war. So it's a variety of different causes these people are out here speaking for, in support of, and in many cases against, just depending on where they stand with this government. And we know this is happening all over the country, not just here in North Texas, many rallies planned, but to this point, I would say we have not seen any significant issues. There was that one counter-protester, Mark, that you mentioned last time. I have not seen him since. It looked like he was just very quick in and out from what I can tell, but to this point, peaceful, and I think that's what everybody involved, law enforcement, the protesters, I think that's what they planned and what they wanted. Back to you.
Yeah, and Chris, I know just looking at the election results from the federal election last year, Denton County did go in favor of Donald Trump, but I think that when you look at the city of Denton, they historically have had more progressive policies as well. Do you notice any difference between what you're seeing on the ground there in Denton versus what you saw in Frisco earlier?
I would say in both cases, it was people of all ages. You are right. Of course, the Denton Courthouse Square is just a short distance from the University of North Texas, a college campus, which we know traditionally tend to skew a little bit more progressive. But as I look around, I see people of all ages, all different types of signs and purposes. And I would say we saw the same thing in Frisco, a little bit different setup. They were along the street side in Frisco, but the energy, the purpose, the motivations, very similar, I'd say.
All right. Well, again, we are glad to hear that things have been peaceful on the ground so far. That is what organizers I know were hoping for, and what our law enforcement and local and federal officials, state officials, would certainly like to see today. So, Chris, thanks for being there. Denton, we'll check in with you more in just a bit. We know that Texas Governor Greg Abbott activated the National Guard in response to today's protests and the demonstrations against the Trump administration's immigration policies. More than 5,000 of those troops and 2,000 state police available to help pitch in with local law enforcement.
We want to make sure that what has happened in California does not happen in Texas. Texas is a law and order state, and we will use every tool that we can to ensure order across our state.
Officers and guardsmen had been deployed to San Antonio earlier this week. There was a protest there on Wednesday. That demonstration was peaceful. Mayors in San Antonio and Austin both said they did not ask for the governor to mobilize the National Guard in their cities. Meanwhile, I want to share with you a view around the country as we are looking at the protest happening in St. Paul, Minnesota. Now, these again in response to that military parade happening in Washington, D.C. Of course, Minnesota dealing with their own issues there today. ABC News reporting that 2 of their state legislators shot and killed today by someone dressed as a police officer. Of course, we'll keep our eyes on that story and get it to you as it's relevant. But this is Washington, D.C., where the military is gearing up for that big parade set for tonight, marking the 250th anniversary of the U.S. Army and Flag Day. That event expected to include more than 6,000 soldiers, 50 helicopters, M1 Abrams battle tanks, and possibly a couple of 100,000 attendees. Heightened security on hand as well to match. And there are several events planned around that parade in the nation's capital. A wreath-laying ceremony at Arlington National Cemetery, live performances by the Army's band and drill team as well, and some public recognition for Medal of Honor recipients. Again, that parade is scheduled to begin at 5:30 our time, followed by a concert at the Ellipse and fireworks over the national monuments. Of course, you can watch that parade streaming right here on WFAA Plus later on this evening. Want to get again back out to the rally in downtown Dallas in front of City Hall. Rebecca Lopez, we caught up with her a bit earlier, and things had just been kicking off when we caught up with you at the top of the noon hour, Rebecca. Now we're about 10 minutes and change into what's going on there in downtown Dallas. And is there a theme on top of the No King protest idea that you keep hearing over and over again? Any specific messaging that organizers want to relay?
Yeah, that is the theme. You have speakers right now. We just heard a little while from an attorney that was talking about people's civil rights and civil liberties. And in fact, they even gave a shout out to journalism a while ago. And they are just basically saying, look, this administration is trampling on the Constitution. That seems to be the biggest message here by this group. By the way, there are counter protesters that are supposed to show up here shortly. They're in another area around City Hall, but I'm told that there are some pro-President Trump supporters as well that will be here today, and DPD is trying to keep the two groups separated. You're also seeing just messages from all kinds of groups. You have gay pride, you have people here with Black Lives Matter, you have the Brown Berets, people that are wanting the administration to change their immigration policy and swooping in. It's been a very aggressive policy, as we have seen. So basically the message is just overall what this administration has been doing. That just seems to be the theme here. And again, I'm now like near the stage, so I cannot see how big this crowd has grown, but I would say it is in the thousands. There are people still streaming in, Mark.
We just took a view from one of our helicopters, Rebecca, and it does look like there are quite a few people there, at least from the view that we can see there, kind of packed in near City Hall in downtown Dallas. Now, you mentioned immigration. This is happening amidst those immigration protests that took place in California earlier this week and last weekend. That is certainly one of the, I think, big topics people are focusing on. How much specifically are you hearing about that?
Oh, there's a lot of that right now. You see a large Latino contingency here. And like I said, LULAC, the Greater Dallas Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, other Latino groups and Latino activists have been encouraging people to come out here and to protest peacefully and to stand up to what they believe is unfair of what this president has been doing in his aggressive policy. And, you know, I saw earlier a tweet by President Trump Trump saying that they were, he might back off a little bit on going into places like meatpacking plants and hotels and restaurants and taking employees basically from some of these businesses. So are the anti-immigration protests working? Remains to be seen, but it seems that the president is hearing the anger about some of the workers that are being taken into custody because, again, the message was we're going to take the criminals, the violent criminals. That is what the president has been saying. And throughout the years, the Dallas Police Department and others in this region have always arrested violent criminals despite their immigration status, and they put them in jail, and they're not here legally. They are kept in custody at the jail by the sheriff's department, and eventually, if they see their day in court, if they're found innocent, then they're still deported. If they're found guilty, they do their time, and then they're deported. So there are and have been throughout the decades this same policy by the Dallas Police Department that they arrest people that are here illegally if they have committed a violent crime. But their policy is not to specifically target people just to check their immigration status. There's been a U.S. Supreme Court ruling back in 2012 that prohibited local law enforcement from participating in any kind of immigration specifically to I'm sorry, somebody was trying to flag me down just a second ago. Basically, the Dallas Police is not allowed to determine someone's immigration status. That is up to federal authorities. And that is the message Dallas Police has also been trying to get out. We're not going to come look for you just because we think you are here in the country illegally. But if you commit a crime, you will be arrested. Mark.
Well, and I think that's been the frustration among the folks protesting is no matter where you fall on this issue, even the government's own data suggests that not everybody there rounding up falls under that criminal bucket, and the violent criminal for sure, that there are some folks that are getting swept up as well that that label does not apply to. And I think even the other statistics government has shared in the past indicate that immigrants commit crime at a lower rate than American citizens do, which is, I think, why you're seeing some of the frustration from some of those folks. But either way, this is a policy that the Trump administration campaigned on and is underway in the country. We've seen that publicized quite a bit, and one of the things people are protesting against today. Again, Rebecca, I know you're kind of right there by the stage. Again, the signage you referenced, we're trying to keep our camera clear of some of the, let's say, more R-rated signs. Would you say that's a big number of them, or most of them, fairly family-friendly?
I'm looking at one sign right now that says there's no money. If there's money for a parade, then there's more for there needs to be some money for Medicaid. One that says June 14th, freedom of speech, criminals, January 6th, criminals like POTUS. I mean, those are some of the signs that you're seeing. Keep the heat on ice, ice will melt. And so you're seeing just a variety of signs out here. But a lot of it does seem to be around the ICE immigration but also issue, but also this idea of the no king, that people feel that President Trump is acting like a king, and that is the big messaging here. And there's a lot of signs that say no king in America, and they were giving out those signs to the crowd earlier today. So that, again, that seems to be the main message. No, and then there's one sign I'm reading right now that says no king since 1776. So that's what you're basically seeing out here, Mark.
Right, and that's why these protests have been planned to take place on June 14th. Rebecca Lopez, again from downtown Dallas, thank you for that coverage. Because the organizers said that they wanted to coincide with that military parade that had been scheduled for June 14th in Washington, D.C. It happens to coincide with the president's birthday, and he had reports that he had wanted a military parade for his birthday, and I think for the No Kings organizers, that seemed like a good time for them to want to get their message out. And many of them are in Fort Worth this morning, which is where our Adriana de Alba is. We caught up with her earlier in Arlington. This is our first time to catch up with you at the rally at Berkman Plaza in downtown Fort Worth, Adriana, and I can see kind of the crowd of folks behind you. How would you compare the crowd you're seeing in Fort Worth versus what you saw earlier this morning in Arlington?
Yeah, Mark, it's really interesting, different setup. So in Arlington, we saw folks kind of on both sides of Abrams Street. As far as the eyes can see, it was more widespread. This is kind of more condensed into one area. This is a park in downtown Fort Worth, and everybody's gathered in one place. There's not much movement happening, and I'm told that this will just be them staying here at the park, that they will not be marching. I don't see a stage either set up for speakers, so I believe this will just be folks standing in place, holding up their signs, chanting. We're seeing a lot of drivers come by, honking in support of this protest, this King's Day protest that is happening across the nation today. We've talked about the dozen protests happening in North Texas, and really, Mark, it's an interesting contrast what is happening in the country today. On the one hand, in D.C., you have Trump and the administration preparing for a military-style parade for Flag Day, which also coincides with his birthday. But then you have people gathered nationwide, making their voices heard, and really the message that they are sending, that they're proclaiming in these signs and what they've said to us in interviews is no kings. They are saying they do not want a fascist government. Those are their words. They're speaking out on several issues. We know that the immigration issue has really garnered attention with recent developments happening and ICE raids. But this is about more than just that. People are chanting for democracy. They are chanting for freedom in this country, and they are chanting for going back to a place where you're not going to see federal programs cut. They are upset with proposed tax cuts to billionaires. And the people here are really wanting to make their voices heard in Fort Worth. We know that Rebecca was in Dallas. We were in Arlington earlier today. I'll tell you, this crowd seems a little bit younger than what we saw in Arlington. But I'll say that at both, you saw young, middle-aged, and older people, a diverse crowd. And this we're seeing across North Texas. And so this, if I had to guess, is at least 1,000 people coming here together to share this message. Lots of loud cheering, as you can hear, and I'll just kind of let you see the scene. So it's not only protesters on the ground chanting, it's kind of a car protest as well that's happening on the ground here in Fort Worth. But I will send it back to you, Mark. That's what we're seeing here. This, by the way, is set to happen until 2 p.m. today, and it is just kicking off. We have not seen any National Guard as of yet. We've seen a lot of Fort Worth police officers stationed around the area, keeping an eye on things. But that's what we're seeing here in Fort Worth. We're going to go ahead and keep an eye on this, and we'll check back with you just a bit.
All right, thank you for that, Adriana. Again, Adriana de Alba coming to you from Burke Burnett Plaza in Fort Worth. And I do want to apologize to our viewers. You might, if you happen to be an eagle-eyed viewer with really great vision, you might have seen a few of those signs that are inappropriate for broadcast television. But we are trying our best to make sure that all the ones we show you are family-friendly this morning. I want to get back out to Denton, Texas, where Chris Sadeghi is spending time with those protests on the ground. Chris, you were in Frisco this morning. You made your way to Denton, and we have seen things kind of pick up at the Dallas and Fort Worth rallies that we just checked in on. How are things looking in Denton?
Yeah, Mark, things continue to be peaceful here in Denton as they're just circling the courthouse square. This protest, from what I'm able to gather, will probably go a little longer than the one that we were at in Frisco this morning, which is already wrapped up. We started with some speakers out here at 11 o'clock. They were up on the podium, on the microphone. Now they're circling. It seems like more and more people are joining. We're told that there will be more speakers a little bit later on in the afternoon. But as I told you last time, the signs, the energy, the chants, the cars honking their horns, as you might hear, lots of flags. Very similar energy that we saw in Frisco, and the frustration with the government, the dissatisfaction with the direction of the country, the same in both of the spots that we went to this morning. I updated you last time, and I think we have video from Frisco, if we can roll that. In Frisco this morning, they got started early at 9 o'clock. There were protesters on both sides of FM 423, and that rally has just about wrapped up, according to the police. We checked in with them, and they said no citations, no arrest, that they just had to issue some verbal warnings. Of course, the police, the law enforcement there to make sure that they are not obstructing a roadway. Here in Denton, we have seen Denton County Sheriff's deputies. We've seen Denton police officers, and they're doing the same thing, making sure that nobody gets in the roadway here around the square and causes any disruptions to traffic, which we have not seen so far. I'll also tell you that it's not an overwhelming law enforcement presence. They are here, but not omnipresent, I would say, as there are hundreds and hundreds of people here on the courthouse square. They have their signs, they have their energy. So far, they are remaining peaceful. We talked to a gentleman who said that there was lots of communication in the days leading up via text, social media, email, making sure people knew exactly how they were going to handle this protest. And we would think that would probably be a similar type story to all the protests that are happening across the area today and across the country, because we know there are a lot of them scheduled, Mark.
There are quite a few here in North Texas again and around the United States, Chris. Thank you for that update coming to us from Denton this morning. I want to get back out to Dallas near City Hall, where our Rebecca Lopez, we've checked in with her a few times already this morning. And again, they're about coming up on 20-25 minutes into the activities going on there. And any tone change worth telling our viewers about, Rebecca?
Well, Mark, you're just seeing and hearing a lot of fiery speeches right now. I'm going to let you listen in. This is someone with the LGBTQ community, and very fiery speeches. I'm going to let you listen in for just a second.
Unless you know, Peter Thiel's personal protege is now the Vice President of the United States. Less think, less speech, less critical thinking. This is their agenda. They don't want you to talk about the housing crisis in this country, the medical crisis, the transit crisis in this country, the climate crisis, everything. So this is what they want. They want AI taking over these narratives for them and have you not thinking. This is adamant. This is all par for the course. Anyways.
They're shouting for a medic right now. It is really, really hot out here, Mark, and that seems to be one of the big concerns is just the heat. There are very few trees out here in front of Dallas City Hall, and right now it looks like there's a medical emergency of some sort. They're yelling for a medic to come out here, and we're trying to make a path. We're clearing a path right now, Mark, because there's a medical emergency here on the scene.
Okay, we'll cut away from that, Rebecca. If you can find out what's going on, hopefully that person, whoever is needing the medical attention, is okay, and maybe it is just a little bit of heat exposure today. We do know that it is warm outside, coming up on 90 degrees. Then you got the heat index as well. But again, that's in downtown Dallas. You see our aerial shot of the protests, that No Kings movement that has scheduled thousands across the United States today on this June 14th. We caught up with Adriana Dalba earlier this morning in Arlington, and again in downtown Fort Worth just a few minutes ago at Burke Burnett Plaza. We're going to head back that direction now to just check in with her again. And we got some of the messaging, Adriana, from the downtown Dallas protests. I don't know that I've seen any speakers where you are. Are you hearing anybody speaking, or is this just kind of folks cheering on those cars as they drive by?
Hey, Mark, no speakers here yet. And like I said earlier, I haven't seen a stage where that would happen. What we are seeing are chants. There's a band. As we were walking here, sorry, my throat's a little dry. As we were walking here, you could just hear the crowds and their loud cheers echoing across downtown Fort Worth. I mean, it is loud and it's growing by the minute. I'll kind of let my photographer Cody here pan around and show you. You mentioned signs with some foul language. We're doing our best to avoid that and keep it clean for you all. So apologies if anything makes air that isn't supposed to. Just know that we are. But so many signs, as you can see, just all around. You see some flags there, American flags, Mexican flags. One flag straight ahead is upside down. But what I'm seeing here is a large Hispanic community showing up to protest on this No Kings Day. If I had to guess, this is at least 1,000 people. I mean, we're gonna make our way further into the crowd here in just a moment once I sign off with you, but we're kind of on the outside across the street, and so far it's been peaceful. Just lots of people showing up and chanting, honking from these cars as they pass by. And then as we kind of look around the other side of the street, we're on 7th Street in front of this park. The other side is now beginning to fill up as well with people. You see busyness on the crosswalks with more and more arriving. Now this is supposed to take place until 2 p.m. So we're going to see if it ends at 2, but that is what they're permitted for. You see again cars coming by handing Gatorade and water bottles to people. So what I'm seeing here is peaceful. I've not seen any altercations, but I am in contact with Fort Worth PD, checking in to see if anything comes up. But what I just received from Fort Worth PD, I asked, do they have permission or not to march? And I'm told unless they join in with the other march of dissent. So I'm going to get some clarity on what that means. But for now, everybody is staying put in this area, the square of downtown Fort Worth. And we will check back in with you, Mark. But that's what's happening right now in downtown Fort Worth. Back to you.
Yeah, again, I know they don't want those protesters on the roadways blocking traffic, and that is one of their concerns. So Adriana de Alba in downtown Fort Worth at Burke Burnett Plaza. If you know that area, just to the west of downtown Fort Worth, that's where so many folks have showed up for that No Kings protest in Fort Worth today. And we've kind of been doing a little bit of a round robin right now with some of the ones underway. About 16 or so protests scheduled in North Texas, and they have been scattered schedule-wise throughout the morning. Now it's noon and later on today as well, ahead of that June 14th, Flag Day event planned for Washington, D.C. tonight. I believe that one's at 5:30, and you can watch that one here on WFAA Plus as well. But we want to get back out to Chris Oddie in Denton this morning. And again, Chris, I checked in with you a bit ago, and I said, you kind of just have an idea that at least when it comes to Denton proper, you've got a lot of progressive folks associated with the university, a lot of college students there. And I was curious about the difference between what you saw there versus Collin County and Frisco earlier this morning. And you said it was pretty much the same in terms of the makeup of those crowds.
Yeah, Mark, from what I can tell, I've seen people of all ages at both locations. And when you asked me that, I mentioned the University of North Texas right down the road. So a heavy college student presence here in Denton. You see people in that age group out here, but also young kids, older people, older adults. They're all here, and a very diverse crowd, I would say, as well. It's been very orderly, and as I look around, it does look like the organizers who helped organize this gathering, they are making their rounds. I think it is in their best interest. They want to make sure that everything is staying nice, calm, that the protest remains peaceful, and that they do not get out into the street or cause any other disruption which might draw the attention of police or law enforcement. I think that they know that that detracts from the message they are trying to send here today, not only here, but across the area. We were in Frisco a little bit earlier this morning. They got started real early at 9 o'clock, and it was a crowd on both sides of FM 423. They had their signs. They were making their chants. The cars that were passing by were honking their horns. A very similar atmosphere as what we're seeing right now here in Denton. I was listening to you guys a little earlier. Rebecca mentioned the possible emergency situation there. I can tell you it's a very warm day here in Denton. Fortunately, there's lots of people out handing out water. I mentioned that this rally might go a little bit longer than that one in Frisco, which is already, it sounds like, starting to wrap up according to Frisco PD. But the people here tell me that there's going to be speakers throughout the afternoon. So this could be a lengthy demonstration. As they're walking around the courthouse square, we seem to notice that more and more people join. Their costumes, their signs, it seems like there's new ones each time they come around. So they plan on taking part in what's going on across the country, expressing the frustration with the government, expressing the frustration with the administration in a lot of different ways and a lot of different causes, whether it's supporting immigrants, whether it is supporting education. I just look around and the signs are very varied as far as what they are here to speak out for, what they're here to speak out against. But the good news right now for everyone involved, it's remained peaceful. We have not seen any arrest. We have not seen really any interaction with police from what I can tell. I did mention earlier out in Frisco, they issued a few verbal warnings, but no citations or arrests that we've heard of here in either location this morning, Mark.
Okay, and I know that's what law enforcement would like to hear, and the organizers were really pushing hard for, Chris. Again, Chris Saudi out in Denton County, thank you for that update. As we turn our attention back to Dallas County in downtown Dallas, where Rebecca Lopez is hanging out near City Hall. And again, you had the medics called out for some kind of an incident the last time we caught up with you, Rebecca. Any updates for us?
Yeah, we were walking out of the sun area because we got really hot as well, so we moved to a shaded area, and as we were walking back over here to where the trees are, we did see an elderly woman passed out and being treated. So people do, if they're coming out here, need to bring plenty of water, bring a hat, bring sunscreen, because it is very hot, and this rally is expected to last quite a while, Mark. And so there are obviously a lot of Dallas paramedics, a lot of Dallas police officers, so people can get medical attention pretty quickly, but it is extremely hot. You were talking a little bit about, has the tone changed? You're just hearing a lot of fiery speeches. And, you know, what I find interesting at this particular rally, it's not just anger at President Trump, but also Governor Abbott. There are a lot of signs out here that say Trump and Abbott are dictators. This is their words. These are what are on the signs. And so there's a lot of anger also towards Texas policy and what the governor and the governor's actions as well. So it's not just President Trump. And a little while ago, I saw this big, huge piñata head of President Trump and also one of Governor Abbott. So, you know, these are people that are wanting to hear, want people to hear their voices. There does seem to be a sentiment of, we want to keep our civil liberties, our freedom of speech. You hear a lot of that. You know, we need to take this country back to where there is liberty and justice for all. In fact, I'm seeing a sign right now that says just that, liberty and justice for all. That is the overall message here at this particular rally, and probably all across the country, Mark.
Certainly, we have heard that kind of far and wide this morning as we have checked in with you folks. And again, you mentioned the heat. Rebecca, I know you guys went out there with some water this morning. I hope you're able to stay hydrated and stay safe. That is one of the goals of the protest organizers, that this be an issue or a event without any issues. Kind of a contrast to what we saw in Los Angeles over the past week. I lived in Los Angeles for many years and have talked to my friends out there who say that some of the coverage was a bit overblown in terms of just how widespread the issues were, but we did see some cars on fire. We did see clashes with police. We saw people get arrested both as a result of the protests and also the immigration raids. Now, this is a view from KCBS, which is the CBS affiliate out of Los Angeles, and you can see what appear to be several thousand people. I believe this is downtown LA, the view that we are seeing right now. But those protests have been pretty much nonstop each day of the week, going past into last weekend when those immigration raids kind of kicked up there. And I'm trying to just kind of make it out from some of the landmarks. Again, this is not our helicopter. This is KCBS, the CBS affiliate in Los Angeles, their chopper this morning, so we don't control the view, but there's kind of zooming in and out of that rally. And unlike what we saw here in North Texas, you see a lot of folks out and about on the streets, a lot of folks marching. That is something that Governor Greg Abbott and law enforcement officials here in Texas said they did not want to see, was people on the streets impeding traffic. There were some concerns you might see folks on Interstate 35 yesterday. So they want to make sure that doesn't happen here, but we are seeing that in downtown Los Angeles via the view there. And again, those battles played out very publicly this past week. Clashes between protesters and law enforcement and immigration officials, really kind of a tinderbox, if you will, of angry Angelenos and the federal officials out there trying to enforce immigration law. Now, how well they enforce that, is maybe a question for a different day, but we're seeing now that, at least from this vantage point, things do seem pretty peaceful. They are taking to the streets in Los Angeles. Hard to really make out the signs, although I can see ICE mentioned several places, saying flags, United States flags. I think I saw a Jamaican flag there a minute ago, but those protesters taking to the streets today on this Flag Day in LA. We've got our chopper up here in North Texas as well. We've got a couple of vantage points, one in Fort Worth from a helicopter, one in Dallas as well. Now you can compare the crowd sizes. Obviously, neither city has the population that Los Angeles does, but Dallas and Fort Worth, I'd say a sizable showing. And we heard that from Rebecca Lopez and Adriana de Alba as well, both from Rebecca in Dallas and Adriana when she was in Arlington earlier today too, that she felt like the crowd was pretty sizable, substantial, and continuing to grow. That's what we are seeing right now. And again, it has been peaceful here in North Texas. That is the hope. It will continue that way throughout the rest of the day. Both organizers and law enforcement and state officials are hoping that it is the case as well. I don't want to see anybody hurt or injured today, and that is the case so far. So fingers crossed for the rest of the day. But that's how things look right now. We are keeping our eyes on the ground, and we've got crews out there as well. We will check in with you in just a bit with more from the No Kings Day protests here on WFAA Plus. But thank you for hanging out with us in the meantime. I'm Mark Histok, and we'll check back in with you in just a bit.
neighbors, our brothers, our sisters, our community. That's what your vote is about. It's not about me, it's not about you. It's about the collective. We are here together because we are in collective pain and fury. But we must treat our votes like a tool, like a treasure to be cherished, and use it and exercise it so that we can use it as a weapon to drop down this fascist regime. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Shelley Skeen, and I am a civil rights and constitutional law lawyer. In this time and in this place in our democracy, we are at a critical tipping point. And our march towards greater freedom, more justice, more equity, and more equality for all. Our democracy has never been perfect, but right now, we have the opportunity to save it from those who seek to destroy its foundational principles. Right now, we have the opportunity to choose one of two paths. We can demand freedom. We can demand justice. We can demand the liberty to make personal choices over our bodies, our lives, our families, and those we love. And we can demand equality, equity. But to do that, we have to be the change that we want to see in the world. We cannot sit idly by or be complicit in allowing people we each day who are different than us to become the targets of unfair treatment, oppression, or dehumanization. We cannot let the hard-won, yet far from perfect civil rights that we currently have to be taken away from each and every one of us, one by elected officials who seek to oppress, demean, dehumanize, and harm us for their own personal gain, power, and privilege. We have seen an exponential increase in attacks on LGBTQ people, black and brown people, people with a disability, and right now we have 588 pieces of anti-LGBTQ legislation pending across the country. 57 of them have already become law, and we've had in the last 3 years,
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yes, can you hear me?
pieces of law that are restricting our civil rights. And when you restrict the civil rights of anyone,
yeah, I can hear
you.
Check. Test. Test.
Coretta Scott King said, freedom is never really won, and you earn it and win it in every generation. She was right. Here we are. So what am I asking you to do? I'm asking you to be the change that you want to see in the world. Your lived experience is different than my lived experience. What is important to you may not be important to me. I may not understand you, how you grew up, your culture, your family, your faith, your identity, or anything else about you. But that makes you no less worthy of equal dignity, equal respect, equal understanding, and equal compassion. Our differences deserve to be embraced, lauded, and celebrated, not judged. So today, as we are on the precipice of the end of democracy as we know it, or should I say, as we stand in the middle of the dismantling of our civil rights and a democracy that has fought, struggled, and strived to be better. Let us use this moment
Let me check my bag just in case.
to work together, unified.
I could. I'm going to see if he has tape that I can tape it
and
on.
to fight for greater freedoms, more respect, more dignity, and more equity than our country has ever seen before. Do not be complicit. Vote. Ensure that we all have equal access to vote.
this would have more
Right
cable.
now. Create safe spaces.
I'll use my lanyard.
Go ahead.
And
Go ahead and
call
do it right
your
now.
legislators. If you see something that's unfair,
You don't have a lavalier, do you?
say something.
I do have a law. But where else would it go?
Huh?
But where else would it go? Excuse me? Sorry, excuse me, I gotta get this.
All right, we've got one more speaker, folks. We have Paula Poundstone. Paula wants to invite everyone to come see her at the Eisman Center tonight in Richardson, Texas. And if you've not seen her live in person, she is a real treat. So welcome to the stage, Paula Poundstone.
Thank you all so much for being here. Thank you for having me. I never thought I'd say this, but God damn it, I miss Nixon. Hey, you know what's ironic? We're near the library. We're near the library. We're I don't know how it's going in Dallas, but around the country, they've been taking books off shelves. Do you know one of the books they took away from the children's section in some places is Charlotte's Web? That's right. Do you know why? What they object to is that they say God didn't make animals talk. Well, I recall a bush that was a bit chatty there for a while. Don't you find yourselves waking up and trying to figure out how the hell we got here? Sometimes I wonder, you know, when you're in a public restroom and they have the paper towel dispenser that you put your hand under and it comes out, could it be that? Could that have done something to us? Yes! I just wonder. Well, now I sound like Trump when I say that, but some people anyways think that Trump snorts Adderall because he goes like this sometimes. He goes like that. I'm doing it bigger than he does it just to make the point. But he goes like that. I don't think he snorts Adderall. I think when Putin moves his hand, it's uncomfortable for Trump. Just a theory. I don't know that for sure.
Just know it is.
It could be. It could be for sure. Are you a priest, sir, or is that just?
I'm a United Methodist pastor.
United Methodist pastor. Well, thank you for being here. I'm an atheist, but you know what's great is that you and I can get along. Yes. I'm not going to be a Christian nationalist, no matter what they say. I'm an atheist. I still go to church. I'm not a heathen, but I go to an atheist church. We have crippled guys who stand up and testify that they were crippled, and they still are. But it's the only church in the world where 100 bottles of beer on the wall is a hymn. I'm an atheist. I'm a proud atheist. I'm going to continue to be an atheist. Thank you. I think I'm breaking the plate. Let me just say this about Texas. I haven't been to Texas in a while, and I haven't been outdoors in Texas maybe my whole fucking life. Jesus, how do you stand it? People are dropping like flies out here. Listen, if Texas can protest like this, then you know the whole nation is strong. I want to tell you a story. I've been protesting by myself in Los Angeles, which doesn't feel nearly as good as this. I have a two-sided sign. On one side it says stand up to Trump, and on the other side it says stop the cuts, tax the rich. And I walk an hour up a main street in Los Angeles, Wilshire Boulevard. I walk an hour up to the 405 entrance at rush hour. And I hold my sign up almost the whole time. I stand there for about 20 minutes because it doesn't matter.
11:17 on the clock. Thank you for joining us on WFAA Plus. I'm Mark Istook, and 1:17 would be more accurate. Morgan Young.
And I'm Morgan Young. We are coming on air this afternoon as rallies get underway across North Texas in protest of some government policies.
That's right. Several protests across North Texas, including in Dallas, Fort Worth, Arlington, and Denton. And these are in addition to the ones going on across the nation. We're talking more than 2,000 rallies planned, all part of the No Kings movement.
Yeah, the mobilization is a direct response to President Trump's military parade in Washington, D.C. in celebration of the 250th anniversary of the U.S. Army. It also coincides with the president's 79th birthday.
Want to check in with the rally taking place in downtown Dallas today in front of City Hall. Rebecca Lopez is live there, and I noticed, Rebecca, you had a hat on a little bit ago. You took it off for the cameras. I appreciate that. You're trying to stay cool as things are heating up today.
It is very hot out here, and in fact, they've had several medical emergencies, and they are now marching. They have taken off to march, and the organizers got up here and they said, listen, there's 3 things that we need to tell you. If you are hot right now and you feel like you're going to pass out, don't march. And there's a halfway point where there's a water station, so if you make it that far, you get some water. And then the third thing that they said that's the most important thing is we are peaceful. They said be loud but peaceful, and that is the message that they're really trying to get to these protesters. And so there are 3 different groups that are represented here. They did get permits from the city of Dallas in order to be able to march in the streets. You do have to have a permit. These protesters did go through the proper process to get those permits, and that's why they're being allowed to march through the streets, and they've got a route, and they give them those routes so that DPD knows which way they're going so they can stay safe. They will have officers along the way. They've got undercover officers in the crowd as well, but there are, sharpshooters stationed along the route. They've got the Dallas Command staff is actually, I could see them a little while ago. They're up in City Hall inside one of the offices that looks down on the crowd. There are officers on standby nearby, ready in case they need to jump in. But again, they said, listen, we want to prove Governor Greg Abbott wrong, and that is that we are peaceful. We are not here to cause chaos or civil unrest. So they keep saying that to the people, prove the governor wrong. There's no need for DPS troopers or National Guard because we are peaceful. And there are thousands. I've covered a lot of marches in my career here at WFAA, and I've never seen such a diverse crowd. A little while ago, the organizers, when we were off camera, asked, how many of you are first-time protesters? And I would say 75% of this crowd started cheering, and I talked to one person that said, this is the first time I have ever protested, but I feel that what is happening in America right now, I need to not be complicit. He said to be complicit is to go along with what is happening. So that seems to be what a lot of people out here are doing. There are elderly people here. It's a really young crowd as well. There are people representing the LGBTQ community. There are people from Latino groups, Black Lives Matter, just a whole coalition of protesters here. And again, right now they're marching. DPD was obviously got drones up as well through the crowds, making sure that everyone stays peaceful, and also that they don't need medical assistance. There's a lot of Dallas Fire Rescue also along the route to help people. So that's what's going on here. A little while ago, we also heard from Paula Poundstone. She gave a very fiery message, and funny, obviously, she's a comedian, so she was a little funny, getting the crowd riled up, saying, look, I don't like Texas, it's really hot here, and things like that. But she said that she had been protesting in LA, and she felt it was important to be here today to fight for what she said is democracy at risk. So here she is, and we have some sound that we'll play for you a little bit later on. But that's what's happening out here, you guys.
And Rebecca, we want to keep you here just for a second. You're talking about the energy of this crowd and really the sentiment of wanting to keep this demonstration about the cause that they're out here for. I know you've been out there for a bit, and you've been, working on this all week. Can you speak to more, just give us more of an idea as well about the energy here and what people's message is here, and what, if anybody's watching from home, what they want people to take from this demonstration?
Well, I think that there's just a variety of causes. People feel that in some cases their voice is not being heard, that they don't have freedom of speech. If you speak out, you'll be targeted. They are concerned about what is happening with immigration specifically and the raids that are going on. And I was talking a little earlier with Mark and talking about the president somewhat seems like he's shifting a little bit and saying that there's some new rules coming out about the ICE raids in hotels and farms because they believe that immigrants are essential to the workforce. They are hard workers, many of them. They are out there in the strawberry fields and the grape fields. They are working in restaurants. They are working in meatpacking plants and those type of things. And if you deport them all, who is going to do that work? And that seems to be resonating with the president, because it seems like he is asking them to pause those raids for a little while. But despite that, people here say a lot of damage has already been done. Some people that are Americans, some people that are here with green cards that are in the country legally have been swept up in this message that Trump is saying, we've got to deport all the criminals and all the rapists and all the violent people. Well, that's always been happening. I've covered crime for many, many years. They've always arrested violent criminals and held them in the jail on ice holes and then deported them after they did their time or if they were found innocent. So that's always happened in America. Criminals have never just been allowed to be in this area of Dallas, violent criminals running around loose. It's not a sanctuary city, never has been a sanctuary city. So that's the big cause that people are most upset about, I think, is what is happening with immigration, Morgan.
Well, and I'm curious, Rebecca, you have such a unique perspective into this because of your connections with law enforcement, but ostensibly this is by and large protests from folks who did not support the president, but anecdotally, we are hearing from quite a few Trump supporters who are business owners and have had some of their workers rounded up in some of these raids, both here in North Texas and across the country. And there was a report commissioned by the state of Texas comptroller a number of years ago that made the case that, by and large, some of the undocumented workers were a net positive, a net benefit to the state. And I think you're seeing some bigger questions about some of these policies. And I'm just curious if you're feeling any sense of bipartisanship on the ground at the rally today?
Not really, but people here are just going to say that they're going to continue to be loud about this issue. I just have to pause for a second because I hear a very popular song, El Rey, which means the king, being played. It's Vicente Fernandez. He was a very, very, very famous singer in Mexico, and El Rey is almost like the national anthem, an unofficial national anthem of Mexico, and they are playing it a while ago, but everybody around here has signs that say no kings, and obviously that is the theme of today, no kings, people feeling like the President Trump is acting like a king, and so that is why they are out here protesting. Now back to the question that you asked me when it comes to do they feel a shift so far? They haven't seen it yet because there were continue to be ICE raids in some of those very places that the president has said they were backing off of even yesterday. So the people from LULAC and United Farmers of America, those big civil rights groups, Latino groups that have been fighting for the rights of farmers and immigrants for years, are out here in force as well, wanting to make sure that those immigrants are protected. It's interesting because historically, if you look back at the migrant worker, migrants have been very essential to our economy. And when they have had huge raids, I've looked at some studies. There were some studies recently put out by LULAC, the United Latin American Citizens. They basically said that when you raid these places and you get rid of these essential workers, that the economy hurts. And so that is, I think, something that President Trump might be seeing as well, that this would be harmful to the economy if he continues to deport people that are essential to the workforce. Back to you.
Well, Rebecca, I appreciate your continued perspective there on the ground in downtown Dallas, and we will check in with you again in just a bit. But she brought up an interesting point, Morgan, that, I remember hearing a podcast that was talking about some of the issues that we are seeing now, perhaps ironically, may be a result of attempts to close the border, where if you had a free flow of some of the migrant workers who come to the States to work in the agriculture industry, et cetera, the ability to go back home meant you might not end up staying here, and it's the staying here for many people that has led to the call for the mass deportations.
Absolutely. And Rebecca was talking about, we're still taking a live look at this crowd here. She spoke to the diversity of this crowd. She has covered so many protests, and we're getting a better idea of the magnitude, the size of this crowd. We just got new information from the city of Dallas saying that the crowd size is estimated to be about 3,000 people.
Okay.
And you heard Rebecca saying that she estimated maybe 75% of the people responded when asked if this was their first time protesting. So when you think about all the factors you just talked about, what Rebecca was talking about, and the way people are so impassioned about this, the number of people and the number of people who are coming out to voice their concerns for the first time in this way.
Well, and for folks who are just now catching up with us here on WFAA Plus, or if you maybe watched us earlier today and you heard us talk about keeping people out of the roadways, these protesters, per Rebecca Lopez, do have permits with the city of Dallas to march. So just wanted to make sure we were clear about that, because one of the concerns was stopping traffic. The just additional exposure you have to risk factors when you've got people on the move, obviously getting away from a contained area can lead to some problems with law enforcement, some problems with potential conflicts. And because of the aerial we're getting now on the marchers, that number that you just gave us a minute ago, I wouldn't be surprised if it swelled, because this looks like more than 3,000 people.
Absolutely. And we've been keeping our coverage here in Dallas, but we know that these protests and demonstrations are happening across our area. I believe we have Adriana de Alba, who is covering demonstrations in downtown Fort Worth.
Yeah, Adriana, you were at Burke-Burnett Plaza, and we know that they hadn't started marching. We're seeing them march in Dallas. Any signs that might happen in Fort Worth?
Hey, Mark and Morgan. Well, not at this point. So the last time we talked to you, we were on the other side of the park, along the street, and that crowd has grown bigger. We did make our way across the park just to get a different vantage point, and I'll tell you, it is packed in there. The last time I saw you, I told you I didn't know that there was a stage or any speakers. There is. It was so loud that we did not know there was a stage set up and there were speakers up at the time. So now we have a different vantage point. We're on the other side. We'll kind of show you what we're seeing. That middle section of the park, that is where the stage is set up, and there have been speakers, loud chanting. So that's where you'll see a big chunk of people gathered. But I'll tell you, as we pan around, there are large crowds surrounding every corner of this park. And they are chanting at every car that comes by. If I had to guess, I'd say there are several thousand here. I did check with Fort Worth PD just a bit ago. I was told that this protest in particular is not expected to march. They were not permitted for that, but there was also a separate march planned for today in Fort Worth. It was called the March of Dissent. And those are they were dressed as handmaids, if you've seen the show Handmaid's Tale, and they were kind of going around Fort Worth. Now, Fort Worth PD told me that if this crowd joins the March of Dissent, then it becomes a march. But right now, as planned, it is not supposed to be a march. I also have observed it's been pretty peaceful. We haven't seen any issues. We saw one minor scuffle between two men earlier, but it quickly fizzled out, and it didn't escalate into anything bigger. Fort Worth PD did confirm to me that they have had no arrests and no citations here today. So this protest is actually supposed to wrap at 2. So I'd say in about another half hour, and we'll monitor and see how this clears out. But it has been peaceful. We've seen different groups show up here today. It was interesting. Rebecca mentioned that she's meeting a lot of people who said they've been out for the first time in protest, and I've met those folks as well too. I talked with a man who said, I'm out here because I feel there is nothing else I can do. I don't know what else we can do at this point. And so people feel strongly that they want to be out today, joining this nationwide protest and voicing their concern their concern against the current administration and the administration's policies. A range of issues, as we've discussed. It's not just immigration, it's cuts to federal programs, cuts to jobs, the proposed cuts to the wealthy in this country, proposed tax cuts. So just a lot of issues bringing people out today. We have observed signs with a lot of young people saying, I am the I'm the daughter or son of an immigrant. We've seen veterans come out here in force today. So just a very, very large, diverse group, I would say, out here today. And again, this will wrap at 2. We've kind of started to see some movement where people are beginning to leave a little bit early, but just very loud, very crowded. But again, it has been peaceful here in downtown Fort Worth. One other thing I wanted to mention, if we could cue up Arlington, because we were in Arlington earlier today, and they had a pretty large crowd there too. I will say we saw a lot of seniors out, so you can see both sides of a road in Arlington were packed with people rallying, and that was peaceful as well. The organizer there told me that Arlington Mayor Jim Ross actually came out as well. And there were no National Guard in Arlington. Fort Worth PD have also told me that they do not know of any or have not seen any National Guard positioned here in Fort Worth either. And so that is the message out of downtown Fort Worth and Arlington. The protests, the rallies, they have been peaceful this afternoon.
And Adriana, here's hoping they stay that way. Thank you for that coverage from downtown Fort Worth. And again, I want to reissue just a blanket heads up for our viewers today. We're doing the best we can to try to avoid any of the signs that may have inappropriate language, but we've seen a couple sneak through. Hopefully, if you didn't have your glasses on, maybe you missed them, but we're trying to avoid those today. But luckily, most of the ones that we've seen have been safe for TV and family safe. And you do see a lot of families out there. Morgan, I do feel like this is happening in the midst of what we're seeing out of Minnesota today. ABC News reporting a couple of legislators there shot and killed, and a alleged list recovered from a gunman targeting state representatives. I think this underscores how volatile the political climate in the United States is right now, which is why even more so you want to see protests and rallies like this today here in North Texas and across the country be safe events.
And to piggyback on that, absolutely. And I think that makes it so significant what Rebecca was saying when she was hearing the people who are demonstrating saying they want to prove a point in being peaceful. They want to prove a point that we are not the way that we have been described. We are not going to prove this person right who said this about us. And I think it's important to note, these are the demonstrations that are going on now, but across North Texas, earlier today, there were demonstrations in Denton, Euless, Frisco, McKinney, and we know that those cities have confirmed with us just in the past few hours that all of those demonstrations, even the ones that ended, those were peaceful as well. No reports, no citations in those cities.
I heard the planning call from the No Kings protest folks, at least here locally, and they were really stressing we don't want any encounters with law enforcement, really want to keep this as clean as possible. And that's certainly what Governor Greg Abbott was wanting as well. He spoke earlier this week about activating the National Guard ahead of these protests and those demonstrations against the Trump administration's immigration policies. We know that we're talking 5,000 National Guardsmen, 2,000 state police as well, helping local law enforcement. But again, the view we're getting from our chopper is that this has been a peaceful march and so far no issues. We're hoping that's the case across the country today.
We want to make sure that what has happened in California does not happen in Texas. Texas is a law and order state, and we will use every tool that we can to ensure order across our state.
So already in San Antonio, we saw those officers and guardsmen deployed. They had a protest on Wednesday. That demonstration was peaceful, but the mayors in San Antonio and Austin both said they did not ask for the governor to mobilize the National Guard in their cities.
And we do want to take a live look at crowds that are gathering in Washington, D.C., checking out some of the military equipment and helicopters that will be a part of tonight's parade. These protests, again, are in response to the military parade happening in Washington, D.C. this evening. Again, it is to mark the 250th anniversary of the U.S. Army and Flag Day. This event is expected to include more than 6,000 soldiers, 50 helicopters, M1 Abrams battle tanks, as well as possibly 200,000 attendees and heightened security to match.
Yeah, there are quite a few events scheduled in the nation's capital before that parade, including a wreath-laying ceremony at Arlington National Cemetery and some performances by the Army's Band and Drill Team 2. Also, some public recognition for Medal of Honor recipients. That parade kicks off at 5:30 our time. It'll be followed by a concert at the Ellipse and fireworks over the national monuments. Of course, we'll be streaming that right here on WFAA Plus this evening. One of the issues that led to the No Kings protest were reports that President Trump had wanted this parade to occur on his birthday, a celebration of him that was very militaristic. And I think it's no matter which side of the aisle you're on, you can understand that the optics of that get a bit tricky.
Absolutely, because we know, separate from the military parade is something that people. It's a wonderful event. It's a beautiful event. It's a celebration of our military. So I think, for a lot of people, you talked about the tension right now, the tension and of our political climate, kind of taking something that can be so sacred. And kind of pulling it into that is a little bit difficult.
Well, this is happening on Flag Day, by the way, and I mentioned before it was my sister's birthday today, so happy birthday, Nancy. But again, a celebration of patriotism today, slightly different than the July 4th celebration we've got coming up in a few weeks. But it was on this date 250 years ago that the Army was first commissioned. So again, the 250th Army birthday is really what that big parade in Washington, D.C. is about, and here's hoping that they get all the focus and attention that they deserve as they get set for that parade there at 5:30 tonight. I know there were some concerns about storms in that area if the weather would derail those plans. I haven't gotten an updated forecast lately, but here's hoping that everybody's able to stay safe there, as we are seeing here in downtown Dallas as well.
And I think we're getting that live look here, and if we're able to kind of paint a picture, this is such a large crowd. The city of Dallas estimating about 3,000 people. You were saying, just taking a look at it, probably much more than that.
I tried counting, I kept losing count, so I kept getting stuck at 6. I had to start back over again. Yeah.
But if you are unfamiliar with downtown Dallas, we want to paint a picture of where we are now. You can see the front of this demonstration appears to be coming up to the steps that are right outside of City Hall. And you can see they're coming up there, and Rebecca was talking about the diversity and the energy of this crowd, and we've seen different demonstrations in the city. This is a large turnout.
It is, and when you hear from Rebecca again that, and Adriana kind of backed this up, a substantial number of the protesters said this is the first time they've ever either attended an event like this, been to a protest, taken part in a march. And if that really is the case, that you've got a lot of folks who have never done it before, that would explain why you'd be seeing some of the numbers there.
Yeah, and you think about, we saw Rebecca before she was on camera. She had her hat, her fan. We were outside earlier. It's hot outside. So, just to state the obvious, excuse me for that, to be out here, we were talking about the elderly being out here and to be so impassioned and to come out and demonstrate in the middle of the afternoon. That kind of tells you something.
Well, you're seeing on the screen 90 degrees is that temperature, and I'm looking at our website at WFAA.com. I'm getting a feels like temperature of 103 when you factor in the heat index. Of course, the humidity there makes it feel a lot warmer than it is. Not much of a breeze today, and we did hear medics called out earlier when Rebecca was on camera, and one of the concerns today was heat stroke. Were people properly hydrated? Were they able to withstand the temperatures there? Because look, it's June in Texas, and it has felt unseasonably cool so far this summer. But unseasonably cool in Texas is still pretty hot.
It is. And Texas is going to Texas every time. We know that, speaking of the medical emergencies, that was something that came, I believe, out of the city of McKinney when we were asking about their demonstrations this morning. Earlier today, they said, they had no issues or arrests, but they did have a few medical emergencies. So to kind of reiterate what Rebecca was saying, the warning was from, officials out there. Yes, come out and demonstrate. But if you are sensitive to the heat, if you're having a hard time, maybe sit this one out.
Well, some of the cities had their events kick off this morning. Arlington was 10 o'clock. Chris Odige was in Frisco at 10. So maybe some folks wanted to get out and beat the heat. But you're seeing these staggered throughout the day, and I imagine that was probably intentional by organizers to really get them as much coverage as possible. If you have all these rallies at one time, it concentrates the focus perhaps, but I think they wanted to spread them throughout the day. Although they are not planning any for the Washington, D.C. area. They did not want to counter-program, they said, other than to use this date coincidentally to raise awareness about their message.
And then again, if you are just joining us now, this is a live look at the No Kings rally and demonstration, a march. It's turned to a march in downtown Dallas. And when we were looking at Fort Worth, Adriana said at this point it's not scheduled to be a march. They're kind of staying put, but we are seeing in Dallas this group is moving. And we saw the front of the group a couple of minutes ago, and they were approaching the steps of City Hall. Not sure if they're stopping there, if they're continuing to go, but you can see from our chopper, we're just continuing to follow this group of, more than, we're assuming, 3,000 people who have shown up to demonstrate today.
And again, Rebecca, when we caught up with her earlier, you saw a wide range of ages represented, a pretty diverse group of people. The signs that we've seen most of, I think, at least from our vantage point, seem to indicate protests against immigration enforcement, which we've seen ramp up, at least publicly, in recent weeks. And again, this was an issue that President Trump campaigned on. He was very clear about the idea of mass deportations. It was something that he promised to his supporters, and people cheered him on. And you're seeing this happen publicly across the country, and you're seeing some situations where you've got some folks that are citizens getting rounded up, and at some point I think you're seeing some of these people say, this isn't what I want. Now, whether or not they voted for him, I think that's why many of them are out there today, although that's just one of, I think, many issues that these protesters are trying to raise awareness about. And
it's interesting you say that, Mark, because, there are so many people who on the other side of that will say, this isn't what you want, but this was the promise, that this was going to happen, maybe not exactly looking this way, but the things that we're seeing, you just said it, this was what this campaign was run on. This was a major issue. So when we see kind of the fallout of that, that's, that was a promise fulfilled. Well,
it is Pride Month. It is June, and I've seen a number of pride flags displayed today as well. That is another issue that protesters have brought up, pushing for LGBTQ rights. So you have a variety of perspectives represented today, but we are looking at the live helicopter view in downtown Dallas. I believe I heard from our producer that we wanted to get out to Fort Worth, and Adriana, is that right? So we caught up with her earlier this morning in Arlington. She's been out in Fort Worth at Burke-Burnett Plaza for quite a while, and you finally caught up to the stage where the speakers were, Adriana, but were you able to hear any of their messages?
Yeah, we've heard a lot of the same messages throughout the day, including on this stage. This is what democracy looks like. No ICE, stop the fascism. Those are some of the things that people have said. There are now people beginning to march at the park, but we've not seen them leave the park. It seems to me like they're kind of just marching around the park. And so I'll kind of show you, if you can pan Cody to the right, you'll see a group just kind of going around the outside of the park. We're not seeing them on the street. And again, I checked in with Fort Worth PD earlier. They did tell me that they have not had any arrests or citations, no issues to report here in Fort Worth yet today. And so, again, people are not expected to march through downtown here in Fort Worth, but if we see something different, of course, we will let you know. But it was interesting to me, the diversity and the size of the crowds at both marches. I do want to bring your attention to this because it looks like someone might be passed out and somebody is getting medical treatment, some kind of treatment from medical personnel. I can't say what's wrong with the person, but it is hot out here. It's very humid. The sun is beating down on us. We try to find shade when we can, but it looks like somebody is laid out getting some sort of medical attention. So we'll keep an eye on that. But again, if for anyone out today, just kind of being mindful of the heat and staying hydrated and taking breaks when you can. Over to the left, that is kind of like the bigger group that has begun moving around this park. But they're staying in this area. This is about their second or third time coming around the park. And so we've not seen them begin marching on the street. So we'll keep an eye on that. But speakers are still on stage speaking here. It's still a large crowd. I mean, I would say several thousand are still here. The energy is still high despite the heat. And that is what's happening here in Fort Worth. We're going to keep an eye on things, and we will send it back to you.
All right, Adriana, thank you for that update this morning. And I know you've been out and about for a while as well, so hopefully you're able to stay hydrated and avoid some of the heat too. Thankfully, we're not in July. Although I mentioned earlier the heat index right now, about 103 with 59% humidity, according to the weather section of WFAA.com. And there you see the marchers in downtown Dallas. You mentioned earlier, Morgan, that they are coming up on City Hall, at least from this vantage point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we're unclear if they're continuing to walk. It looked like when we got a different shot, trying to see if they're going to make another lap. You see some people kind of continuing past, and then just a few folks kind of trickling off. But it looks like they might be making another lap here in downtown Dallas. Here's a different viewpoint. You can see people, continuing to walk. We're seeing so many different signs here, and this energy continuing as people are continuing to move.
Yeah, you saw a sign there for, all persons get due process. That's been a big sticking point in this debate over the mass deportations. Mm-hmm. That argument that folks who are undocumented immigrants who are here illegally don't get access to due process, although time and time again the courts historically have found that yes, you do. And how do you determine if someone is here legally or not if you do not grant them due process?
Absolutely, and signs kind of similar to that, mentioning democracy, mm-hmm. and so many things that we celebrate here in our country, and so many people feeling that is threatened, and we've seen that really echoed on a lot of the signs we're seeing here as well.
And we're seeing quite a few American flags as well on this Flag Day, June 14th, which coincides with the Army's 250th birthday, which is why the big parade is scheduled for Washington, D.C. tonight at 5:30. I want to remind you, you can stream those festivities right here on WFAA Plus if you keep it here later on today. And there's quite a bit planned for those events.
And I wanted to, do we have a minute to talk about Minnesota? Because I just,
Sure.
You mentioned this earlier, and we know that these demonstrations are taking place all across the country, except for in the state of Minnesota, where the governor recommended that there be no demonstrations after tragedy against a lawmaker, two lawmakers. I believe one lawmaker passed away and her husband.
Yes.
And another lawmaker and his wife in critical condition.
And there is a report that authorities there found a target list in the suspected gunman's vehicle that mentioned several Democratic lawmakers in that state. It is worth noting the balance of power. Governor Tim Walz is obviously Democratic, but the balance of power razor thin in favor of the Democrats there. But I think regardless of how that investigation plays out, it does speak to just the back and forth, the political divide that we have seen here in not just recent months, recent years, I think, and is part of the reason why you're seeing some people take to the streets for the first time.
Yeah, and it makes you really, grateful that, for our communities, that we are hearing the reports that in other cities it's been peaceful, and we're seeing, ability for people to peacefully protest.
Yeah, and I mentioned earlier on our stream that I spent many years living in Los Angeles and have been in touch with some of the friends that I still have there about just the events on the ground. And they indicated that by and large, where they were, they didn't see any evidence of the unrest. But all you need to see are a few cars burning, a few interactions with law enforcement that go sideways. And that creates, it creates a narrative that there's massive unrest, but it also just contributes to that perception of the divide, the idea that this is not the America that we want to see. So again, that call today from event organizers, law enforcement, and officials that things stay peaceful. And so far, at least here in North Texas, that's what we're hearing. Well, there is the look from downtown Dallas of the No Kings rally, marching now, kind of doing a loop among some of the streets in downtown, making their way near Dallas City Hall. We've been covering them in Arlington, in Denton, in Frisco so far this morning. There are others planned throughout the rest of the day, but we're going to take a break here on WFAA Plus, and we'll come back with some more coverage in a bit. But again, so far, I think so good, at least in terms of unrest, Morgan.
Yeah, it seems we're giving you a look at those signs. And as Mark said earlier, we want to give you a good idea of it. I think we just had one pass by that may not have been safe for TV. We are doing our best. Our photographers are doing our best. So forgive us if you see something that's not great. But we just want to help you understand what is going on in downtown Dallas right now.
Sorry. Did you?
Once they stop flooding, that's
voices standing up saying Trump must go now, July 1st through July 4th. And on July 4th, we are going to gather in front of the White House, and we are going to make the biggest chant that the world has ever heard. Trump must go now! And we are going to declare our independence in the name of humanity from Trump's fascist America. And this is going to be a leap in building the struggle, the sustained outpouring that does not stop until this regime is removed from power. So I want to salute you all. I want you to join refusefascism.org. Partner with this movement. This is a movement for everybody who doesn't want a fascist America. And I want to I'm thrilled to hand over the mic to our speakers who are going to share their perspectives and their strength with us now. We're going to rally for a little while, and then we are going to leave this area together, marching back where we came from each other now. So, one more time, Trump must go now. 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 Trump must go now.
Trump must go now.
Trump must go now. July 1st through July 4th. Washington, D.C. Where are we going to be July 1st through July 4th? Where are we going to be July 1st through July 4th?
Washington, D.C.
That's right, Washington, D.C. And on July 4th, right in front of the White House, to make the biggest chant ever, Trump must go now.
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 Okay, I want to welcome up Morgan from the Refuse Fascism DMV chapter.
my whistle's gone.
Holy crap, look at you guys. Look at it! Let me tell you something. My name is Morgan, and my people have been in this country for a colony or whatever you want to call it.
Sure, sir.
1720, okay? I come from enslaved people. I come from people who have their families here.
Oh, am I in your way?
I come from people who live
Oh, okay.
in this row.
Finally,
Who
somebody's
lived
in
through
your
the
way.
civil rights movement. Who fought for everything we're fighting for again now. This is enough, America. This is enough. My grandfather was a Presbyterian. Okay? If you don't know what that is, you really need to look it up. He was a firefighter, all right? In the museum down the way, the African American History Museum, there's pictures in there. But guess what? Guess what Trump is doing? He
Okay.
He's trying to make us forget
You can get my first name. Okay, is Dave okay?
We cannot do that.
Okay. Just Dave from
We cannot
Columbia.
do that.
Yes,
We
there's
don't
a
know
lot
where
of us
we're
there.
from. Where do we go?
Maryland.
Where do we go? We had powerful people do powerful things.
Yeah,
And
sure.
this monster is wiping it all away.
Dave played Columbia.
I'm looking around the crowd, and oftentimes I see one of the only black or brown people out here. It's time. It's not. Yeah, I see a lot more black and brown faces today, and I am proud. We all need to be out here and stand in courage. Here's the thing. Do you guys remember the ice rage when they were separating mothers and children? I think there was a lady yesterday who was pregnant that had guns held on her. Anyways, remember those images. Now go back to the 1930s, 40s. You've seen those images before. You've seen those images before. And if you went to a decent school, you've also seen what happened to black families being separated. You see it now today. It is time for us to unite. We cannot let them continue to divide us. So stand up, America. Stand up. Be brave. Have courage. This is our time. Our ancestors, our parents, they've done all this. Now is the time to stand up and be brave. So let me say two more things. The first thing is I stand with Refuse Fascism because they believe what happens here is going to affect the rest of the world.
Yeah, absolutely.
We all are here because we understand that what happens here will affect the rest of the world. Thank you for being here. And finally, make sure you drink water. Welcome to Washington, D.C. Let's get this monster out of office.
Over there, huh? So Danny said she's in the back of the crowd.
All right, make some noise for yourselves. Now, in order to go forward from today, to organize even more people, many more people, to come out on July 1st through the 4th to declare our independence from a Trump fascist America, well, you got to get connected to the movement. So right now, if your phone isn't out, take it out. And I'm going to give you some options. You can go onto your social media platform of choice and follow @Refuse Fascism. @Refuse Fascism. Do that now. I see people tweet. Such good community members. The second thing that you can do is you can text. I have to look at the number because I don't have it memorized. You can text No Trump, NOTRUMP, to 855-755-1314. No Trump to 855. Say it with me. 855. And the people in the back still can hear. 755. 1314. 1314. No Trump. To 855. 755. 1314. And I'm being told one more time. So one more time. No Trump. To 855. 755. 1314. It's really sunny, so I want to remind folks to drink water. Yep. And before we bring up our next speaker, I wanna thank you again for being out here together, for marching together, for having each other's backs. This is the only place to be. It really is. It really is. Right in front of the White House as close as they'll let us go, saying no to Trump's fascist military parade, saying in the name of humanity, we refuse to accept a fascist America and demanding Trump must go now. So I want you to give a lot of love.
Thank you for joining us on WFAA Plus. I'm Morgan Young. We are continuing our coverage of the No King protests happening across North Texas. There are multiple protests, including in Dallas, Fort Worth, Arlington, and Denton. Across the nation, there are more than 2,000 rallies planned, and it's all part of the so-called No Kings movement. This mobilization is a direct response to President Trump's military parade in Washington, D.C., in celebration of the 250th anniversary of the U.S. Army. It also coincides with the president's 79th birthday. A protest is getting underway in Flower Mound right now. Chris Sadeghi joins us live. And Chris, I know that protest was set to start just a few minutes ago, and it seems like you have a crowd out there.
Yes, we do, Morgan. We have a pretty good sized crowd. I will say we were in Frisco earlier. We were in Denton earlier as well. This is protest number 3 we've been to so far today. This crowd a little smaller, at least at this point, but it did just start, and I do see more people joining this roadside protest as we speak. This is, I would say, an older crowd compared to what we saw in Frisco and also in Denton. This is, again, Flower Mound. They're along Cross Timbers, which is the main thoroughfare that kind of goes through town, that main business route through Flower Mound. Similar energy, though. Lots of hooping and hollering, lots of flags, lots of signs as people express their frustration with the government, with this administration. And the causes that we see on the signs are varied. Some are in support of immigrants. I saw one in support of the U.S. Postal Service. I saw one saying hands off our Social Security. So the reasons and the motivations are varied. However, a very unified front in all the places we've seen so far today on this day where so many protests are happening across the country. Like we saw in Frisco, they're lined up along the street side. In fact, I think we have video from that protest out in Frisco that happened early this morning at 9 o'clock, and that one had hundreds on both sides of FM 423. Lots of energy there in Frisco. The cars, the traffic, honking their horns in support. The people with their signs, with their big cutouts of the Statue of Liberty. And in all the locations we've been to so far, we've heard that they've remained all peaceful. Police have not reported any major issues. No citations or arrests in Frisco. They said they only had to give out a few verbal warnings. They're making sure that nobody's obstructing the roadway. Similar story in Denton. We didn't see any major issues there. Back out here live in Flower Mound, I'm looking around and I don't see a huge police presence. We haven't seen a huge police presence in any of the spots we went. That doesn't mean they're not around. We have seen officers at these spots, but it's not in your face. It's not omnipresent. It's not an overwhelming presence from law enforcement. And right now, we really haven't seen a need for it as everybody's staying peaceful. They're staying out of the roadway, and they're doing exactly what they said they were going to do, protest peacefully within the confines of the law. And as we heard in Denton from one gentleman, he said that there were emails, there were text messages laying out the game plan, how to protest responsibly and peacefully and not detract from the message, Morgan.
And Chris, before we let you go, I do want to ask you about that message, because one thing we've heard across the board is that the crowds are diverse, the issues are diverse. I know you've been to a few of these. Have you spoken to anyone? What is the, I know there's probably different messages, but is there a resounding message that the folks who are demonstrating are really wanting to leave people with today?
Yeah, I asked a few people, why was it important for you to come out, take part in this demonstration today? And although they have their different reasons, as I mentioned, it might be Social Security, it might be support of immigrants, they all more or less express just frustration with the direction of the country, dissatisfaction with the government, with the current administration, wanting to fight back the way they could within the rights of protests that are afforded to them under the Constitution. So even though their own individual motivations might be varied, as you look across the signs, you'll see a lot of different causes they're supporting, everybody unified and united in the belief that they do not like the direction that the government and the administration is taking the country.
Well, from Frisco to Denton to Flower Mound, Chris Sadeghi, live for us. Thank you so much for keeping an eye on this for us. Now, we do want to get back to the rally that is in downtown Dallas. It started in front of City Hall. We know that a few minutes ago, we were seeing people march through downtown. Rebecca Lopez, senior crime and justice reporter Rebecca Lopez, has been out there for us this afternoon. And Rebecca, what are you seeing now?
Well, the march has basically ended. They're giving some closing remarks right now, but we saw some people go back around and loop back around. There are thousands. I know DPD, I think, was saying 3,000, but I think, having covered protests for a long time, there's got to be like at least 5,000 people out here, quite a few people. There was a little while ago, at a tense moment, there was a President Trump supporter by himself, and he had this little dog. It was kind of dragging the little dog, and people were like really upset, and they surrounded this guy and started screaming and shouting. And then we saw some DPD squad cars drive up. I think that they were going to have to try to get this guy out of here. There is an area that's separate for counter protesters, and that is where the President Trump supporters are supposed to be. But some of them have ventured into the crowd, and just a little while ago, the speaker was saying, listen, do not engage. They are trying to troll you, so do not engage. Just keep this peaceful, keep it classy, and that's been the message here. You want your voice to be heard, but you want it to be loud, but not chaotic out here. So the crowd is dispersing, but Morgan, I have seen people that, a variety of people out here that I've never seen at protests, and I was talking to this elderly lady, and she was marching by herself in her 70s, and she told me, sorry, there's some people trying to flash signs with curse words on them. But there was an elderly lady, and she was marching by herself. And I asked her, I said, is this the first time you've ever marched? She says, yes, absolutely. I've never marched before. I asked some of my friends to come with me, but they didn't want to come. And I said, well, why was it so important for you to come out here alone by yourself? And she said, because I feel that freedom is being taken away, and I feel that we need to exercise our right. And she was very concerned about that particular issue. Morgan.
Rebecca, thank you. And it seems like there might be some issues with being in an okay space with folks behind you. I know we'll come back to you in just a bit. One of the things that we do want to alert you about is we're doing our best to give you our eyes and ears that are out here. So some of those signs are not necessarily appropriate as far as language goes. We do apologize for that. We're trying to give you a good view of it, trying our best to keep those off the camera. So we're going to keep making our best effort there. Governor Greg Abbott has activated the National Guard in response to today's protests and demonstrations against the Trump administration's immigration policies. More than 5,000 National Guard troops and 2,000 state police were on standby to be able to help local law enforcement.
We want to make sure that what has happened in California does not happen in Texas. Texas is a law and order state, and we will use every tool that we can to ensure order across our state.
Officers and guardsmen were already deployed to San Antonio. There was a protest there on Wednesday. That demonstration remained peaceful. The mayors in San Antonio and Austin said that they actually did not ask for the governor to mobilize the National Guard in their cities. And again, what we have seen across our areas in North Texas is that has not been necessary, with local municipalities saying that the protests have remained peaceful. This is a live look at the crowds that are gathering in Washington, D.C. for a No Kings rally. Again, these protests are in response to the military parade that is also happening in Washington, D.C. this evening. This parade is to mark the 250th anniversary of the U.S. Army and Flag Day. It's been in the works for a couple of years to plan. This event is expected to include more than 6,000 soldiers, 50 helicopters, M1 Abrams battle tanks, as well as possibly 200,000 attendees. Of course, heightened security will be there as well. And there are a number of events that are scheduled in the nation's capital before this parade to celebrate, including a wreath-laying ceremony at Arlington National Cemetery. There will be live performances by the Army's band and drill team, and of course, public recognition for Medal of Honor recipients. That parade actually starts at 5:30 our time, and it will be followed by a concert at the Ellipse and fireworks over the national monuments. And of course, you can watch that parade here on WFAA Plus this evening. We will have that available to you. And bringing things back here at home, we've been showing you these demonstrations demonstrations across our area. We want to get to Adriana de Alba, who has been following things in Tarrant County. She was in Arlington earlier today and now is in Fort Worth. Adriana?
Hey Morgan, well, things are beginning to clear out here in downtown Fort Worth. I told you earlier, it's been a large showing. I would say thousands of people showed up at Burnett Park in downtown. And I'll give you a look at what's happening now because this crowd has significantly cleared up. This protest rally was supposed to end at 2. It's 2:16-ish now, and most people have left. There was a stage area with speakers. They left and they said their goodbye. They did advise everybody here to stay off the streets and remain peaceful. And that's what we've seen so far. I mean, we've seen people stay off the streets. We did see some people marching, but they were only marching around the circumference of this park. And I'll kind of show you them now because they're going around still. It's a smaller group off to our right. I don't know if we can we may not be able to pan over. They're off to the right. So they're coming around the park and it's a smaller group, but they are staying off the road, and we're seeing this really quickly clear up. I did speak with a couple just moments ago, and normally with any other interview, we ask people to give us their first and last name just so we can properly identify them. And this man said something interesting to me when he gave me his first and last name. He said, "I'm actually nervous to give you my first and last name." Is that crazy for me to say? Because he feels like we're at that point in this country where expressing certain views or protesting in public could lead to consequences. So he did mention he was nervous to give his name. They also mentioned that they hope they can continue these protests and feel that the right to protest is at stake. I mean, so that's just one of the issues that people have said today is they're worried about democracy, they're worried about their rights to free speech, and they're calling on Congress to defend the Constitution. Those are the words of protesters today. Many of them, like we've mentioned, coming out for the first time and saying to me that they feel this is really their last chance and that it's really up to the people now. Those were the words of protesters. But again, I checked in with Fort Worth PD earlier. They told me it's been peaceful. They have not had any arrests. I'm going to check back in with them here in a moment. But again, crowds are starting to clear. There are still people kind of lingering, but much more quiet than it was earlier when we saw thousands here filling this park. Back to you.
Adriana de Alba reporting live from Fort Worth for us. Another confirmation of a peaceful protest in that area, but also speaking to, some of the underlying tensions and perhaps fears that folks have and perhaps some of the reasons that they've chosen to be out here today. We will be back here throughout the day with regular updates on the protests that are happening around North Texas. We know some are kicking off just in the last half hour. Thank you for being here with us on WFAA+. We are, again, going to continue this coverage in this space, online, and of course during our regular newscast at 5 p.m., 6 p.m., and 10 p.m. I'm Morgan Young. We'll see you there.
Josh.
try to. Oh God! Wish I could get that side.
Pam Bondi's got to go. Hey, hey. Ho, ho.
You're good.
Pam Bondi's got to go. Hey, hey. Ho, ho. Pam Bondi's got to go. Hey, hey. Ho, ho.
Like this angle. Thanks, man. I love that part of the sign. Thank you so much. And the social teams, I love that. I'm with Reuters, international news, yeah. Plenty of protesters, a lot of dog protesters. Oh, nice. Oh, that's no money in that. I hear you. Thank you again. I'll get out of your hair now. Thank you guys. Bye, buddy. All right. I'm on the outside. Jeez. The sun just killed my shot, man. It's so bright, the sun is like killing me. I don't think we'll make it back to the front. That's okay, though. It ain't worth the effort, I don't think. MC Masters. We usually want like an on-camera segment too, but I'm not going to be able to do that. No, I definitely can't. I'm live. I don't know how it's
George Soros is not paying me to be here. My conscience is paying me. My grandkids in 50 years, when they say, Grandpa, I heard there's a fascist, what did you do about it? They're paying me to be here.
Somebody's got to turn on the stick up there.
No problem.
I'm going outside trying to get the Reuters. Excuse me, sorry.
That'll be IT.
And the guy's got you, man. You're not going to fall.
Gotta get a good shot of that.
Oh, yeah.
We've got the power. Who's got the power? We've got the power. Who's got the power?
I'm Chris Sadeghi here in Flower Mound, a No Kings protest like we've seen across the area and across the country today on this day of protest and demonstrations. Here in Flower Mound, the crowd of a few hundred people gathered along Cross Timbers Road. Like in the other locations that we saw, they have their signs, they have their flags, they are making their chants, and the traffic passing by honking their horns. Like the other locations that we've been to today, everything remaining orderly, remaining peaceful, no major issues or conflicts. We started the day out in Frisco early in the morning at 9 o'clock a.m., a very similar type scene, people lined along the roadway on FM 423, honking horns, the signs, the chants, all of that. And we heard from Frisco a little bit later on that they had no citations, no arrest needed, only a few verbal warnings, a very similar scene in Denton where they gathered around the county square. We just heard from Denton police. They said that they estimate around 800 people were out there and that there were no major issues there as well. We saw police on the scene, but no major responses needed. I talked to a gentleman out in Denton who said that they got some emails and some message circulating on social media laying out the plan for the protest so that there wouldn't be any issues. We have seen only a handful of counter protests, but everything has remained peaceful without major conflict here in Flower Mound. As you can see, it is a very good showing like we've seen across the area. I would say that this crowd in Flower Mound skewing a little bit older than some of the other demonstrations we saw, but every bit as passionate. Their signs supporting a lot of different causes, but overall, they all voiced the very same frustration with the direction of the country, with the current administration, and this was a chance for everybody to be unified, make their voices be heard. I just talked to one woman who said seeing the turnout today across the country is a sign of hope, and that's what they have to help turn the direction of the country that they're so disappointed with. They have the hope, the crowd turning out for the protests, providing that hope, and they hope that this is a turning point to help them get this country where they want to see it. And as I said, a very unified front in all the locations we've been this morning. Back to you.
I shot plenty of footage on my phone, live, but I did not record any shit of Oh, that'd be great. Thanks, man. I'm going to try to, I don't know what's going to happen, but let's see what she needs. I'm not sure. I'm not telling you.
Somebody's, camera on here.
That's all they want. They want them to TikTok about unrest. Everyone's kind of understanding of it, but maybe I don't need to sign. I think they were not being paid any kind of power. And then they showed me some of the biggest symbols. It's like a kid. Okay, I'll go try it. We ended up in the middle. Yeah, I think they were. Oh, wow. Let's go back. Okay. One of those big money shot people. And I don't know if you saw, I saw running to the train, the L, to try to get on the platform. People like paying to get in and just to shoot down real quick and then come back up. That's really smart. The first he thought he'd be able to join up with us. I don't think the only one who can fly a drone besides me.
Wait, no, I can fly a drone. Oh, here's the thing, I can't. Okay, so here's the deal. When I'm doing safety flies, they don't want me touching cameras.
For sure. I was about to ask you to hold it.
Oh no, I can hold the whole live shot, but like not like.
I'm gonna fuck. Sorry. Oh, you're all good, dude. It smells like weed or something like that. Okay, no worries. I'm not feeling. I'm gonna go home.
Are we gonna be here for a sec?
Okay.
I'm gonna edit my pat. I'm gonna edit my.
What's the rest for you today? Flag something up and head home?
I'm just feeding the trunk here.
Oh, nice.
So, yeah, I'm filing through teams.
Pretty much done.
Yeah.
You have to do anything for, I'm good right now. Podcast? Podcast, do you care at all?
Yeah, I mean, usually it's, you got some enterprise stuff going on, or you want to know.